Hey there! Tonight, we're not stepping into the world of ordinary mortals, not the farmers, the craftsmen, or the weary travellers. Instead, we drift into the uneasy space between worlds, where the children of gods walked with one foot in Olympus and the other firmly stuck in the mud of human trouble. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting to see how many of us drift off together to the same strange myths. So, settle in, adjust your pillows, let the world fall quiet for a moment, and together we'll wander through the weary, wandering life of a demigod. We begin with a quiet truth that most storytellers politely skip over. Being a demigod was absolutely exhausting. It looked glamorous on the pottery, all gleaming muscle, heroic poses, and lions that were suspiciously well behaved. But the lived reality was rather less elegant. In fact, it was something close to administrative chaos, forever stuck between the world of mortals and the mood swings of Mount Olympus. And so, as you lie back and drift toward rest, let's walk gently into the uneasy world of the half-divine, starting with the thing they could never escape, their identity. Now, the term demigod comes from the Greek hemitheos, meaning half-god. Simple enough, but in mythology it meant something quite complicated. The child of one immortal parent and one mortal parent, usually the result of Zeus behaving in a way that would get most people banned from polite society. These semi-divine children stood awkwardly in the middle of the ancient Greek cosmic hierarchy. You had the gods at the top, brilliant, eternal, and perpetually embroiled in petty feuds, and the mortals at the bottom, busy with farming, household chores, and occasionally being transformed into trees for upsetting the wrong deity. Demigods sat unhappily between these two worlds, treated like useful tools when the gods needed something done, and like unwelcome guests when they didn't. To understand why their position was so unenviable, it helps to remember what ancient Greeks actually believed about heroes. For us, a hero is a noble figure who rescues the helpless and behaves with admirable restraint. In the ancient world, however, a hero was defined not by virtue, but by scale, immense strength, immense suffering, and a story so dramatic it required an entire festival to recount. In fact, many heroes were worshipped in local cults long before the Olympian gods became dominant. Archaeologists have found early hero shrines dating back to the geometric and archaic periods, around the 8th century BCE. These sites often stood on Bronze Age burial mounds, suggesting the Greeks believed mighty ancestors lingered between life and death, capable of helping or harming the living. This meant demigods didn't simply live. They were expected to be spectacular, almost theatrically so. They were born into a society where myth and religion intertwined, where the gods watched mortals with the enthusiasm of spectators at a very long and very unpredictable sports match. Every step a demigod took could attract divine interest, and divine interest was rarely healthy. It usually led to quests, monsters, moral dilemmas, or, on a particularly unlucky day, Hera. The most famous example, of course, is Heracles. His mother Alcmene was a mortal. His father was Zeus, in disguise as Alcmene's husband, because Zeus believed subtlety was a virtue he should never attempt. From the moment Heracles drew his first breath, his life became an arena for divine jealousy. Hera, queen of the gods, took one look at this tiny infant and decided that his existence was ruining her entire day, if not her entire marriage. From that point forward, Heracles' life was a catalogue of harassment. Snakes in the cradle, madness sent as a divine gift, and a list of labours that would make any modern job description look merciful. But Heracles wasn't unusual. Most demigods experienced some form of divine meddling. Perseus had to face Medusa because a king fancied his mother. Theseus was made to prove himself with a boulder, a token sword, and a labyrinth designed by a man who clearly had too much time on his hands. Atalanta, one of the few female demigods, was abandoned as a baby, which tells you a great deal about how warmly the mortal world welcomed half-divine children. Their childhoods tended to involve one or more of the following: exile, attempted murder, bizarre prophecies, inconvenient blessings, and several close calls with large animals. Historically, these stories reflected deeper cultural anxieties. Ancient Greece wasn't a unified nation, but a patchwork of fiercely independent city-states, each with their own traditions, local legends, and political tensions. Many heroes began as regional figures, tied to local power struggles or ancestral claims. When Athenians praised Theseus as a unifier of Attica, they were really praising their own civic identity. When Spartans celebrated the heroic twins, Castor and Polydeuces, they were reinforcing their own traditions of warfare and discipline. Demigods weren't just characters. They were embodiments of the values, hopes, and fears of Greek communities. Yet the myths also reveal something more personal: the loneliness built into being half-divine. A mortal child could complain about unfair chores. A demigod child was expected to lift a stone pillar, slay a rampaging boar, or politely accept a prophecy that predicted a messy death. Parents often didn't know how to raise them. Some tried to hide them, others tried to train them. Others simply pretended nothing was unusual and hoped no one noticed the toddler bending bronze like soft clay. The expectations placed upon them were immense: to be stronger, braver, cleverer, and more obedient than anyone else. And if they failed? The consequences tended to involve lightning. The tension between mortal frailty and divine potential created a psychological burden modern readers sometimes overlook. Greek literature is filled with heroes struggling with their identity. Heracles longs for peace, but is constantly pulled into conflicts. Achilles, though technically a different category of semi-divine, struggles between a long life without glory or a short life with eternal fame. Theseus tries to balance duty to Athens with personal desires, usually with disastrous results. Ancient playwrights loved this tension because it highlighted the central Greek theme of Moira, or fate. The idea that every person, even a child of Zeus, had a predetermined destiny that no amount of strength could escape. And then there was the simple social problem. No one knew quite how to treat a demigod. Mortals feared them, admired them, and occasionally hired them to solve monster problems, which is rather like calling in a celebrity to unclog your drain. Kings, in particular, found them inconvenient. They were powerful enough to inspire loyalty among soldiers and citizens, which made them political threats. This is why so many demigods ended up on quests, not because it was noble, but because it got them out of the palace. Go somewhere far away and fight something terrifying, was the ancient Greek equivalent of, "Have you considered an extended business trip?" There's also the matter of divine expectations. Gods weren't exactly known for their flexibility. A mortal disobeying a god might face a mild curse or a slight misfortune, perhaps a failed harvest or an unfortunate transformation into shrubbery. A demigod disobeying a god, however, tended to trigger much grander reactions. You were expected to uphold divine honour, complete impossible feats, and never embarrass your immortal parents, which was rather difficult, given that many gods were constantly embarrassing themselves. Historically speaking, the Greeks used these stories to explore themes of human limitation, ambition, and suffering. Archaeological evidence from hero cults shows offerings of pottery, weapons, and small figurines, left by those seeking protection from figures who understood hardship. In this sense, the demigods became bridges between worlds, part mortal enough to sympathize, part divine enough to assist. They were the ancient equivalent of living cautionary tales, powerful, admired, yet perpetually unlucky. As we close this first chapter, picture a demigod not in the middle of some glorious battle, but quietly sitting at the edge of a harbour at dusk, tired, uncertain, and wondering whether tomorrow would bring another quest, another prophecy, or yet another divine relative asking for a favour. Their lives were extraordinary, yes, but rarely enviable. And that, perhaps, is why their stories lingered. They were reminders that even those touched by the gods struggled, stumbled, and longed for peace. A peace you, fortunately, are much closer to than they ever were. If childhood is meant to be a gentle introduction to life, then the demigods of Greek myth never received the memo. Their early years were less about lullabies and more about surviving prophecies, divine grudges, and parents who made questionable decisions under pressure. As we settle into this chapter, imagine the cradle of a demigod, an innocent wooden box surrounded by omens, jealous deities, and someone in the background muttering, "This won't end well." Let's begin with the mythic poster child of dramatic infancy, Heracles. In theory, being the son of Zeus should have guaranteed a peaceful childhood. In practice, it painted a target on his blanket. Hera, understandably irritated with Zeus's behaviour, expressed her frustration by sending 2 serpents to kill the newborn. One can imagine the scene on Olympus. Zeus attempting to look innocent, Hera giving him a stare powerful enough to curdle milk. Down on Earth, baby Heracles responded by grabbing the snakes and effortlessly strangling them. Ancient vase painters adored depicting this moment. A cheerful infant treating venomous serpents as though they were squeaky toys. But Heracles was hardly alone in his dramatic start. Atalanta's childhood makes Heracles look pampered. Born to a father who had hoped for a son, she was abandoned on a mountainside. Mountain exposure was, regrettably, a common solution to inconvenient babies in some Greek regions. Yet Atalanta survived, not through divine lightning or heroic strength, but thanks to a she-bear sent by Artemis. Being raised by a bear might seem alarming today, but in Greek mythology it counts as premium childcare. Atalanta later became one of the greatest hunters in myth, which suggests the bear was an excellent tutor. Prophecy also played a rather intrusive role in demigod childhoods. Take Perseus, for example. His grandfather, King Acrisius, received a prophecy that Danae's future son would eventually kill him. A normal parent might respond with caution and regular check-ins with the local oracle. Acrisius instead locked Danae in a bronze chamber. It was an impressive feat of metallurgy, but not the most compassionate choice. Zeus visited her anyway, in the form of golden rain, which was ancient Greek poetic shorthand for things we shall not unpack at this hour. Perseus was born, Acrisius panicked, and mother and child were placed in a wooden chest and thrown into the sea. Thus began one of Greek mythology's least relaxing family outings. Behind these tales lies the Greek understanding of Moira, fate. The Greeks believed destiny shaped lives before birth, and resisting it was as effective as arguing with the tide. Oracle sites like Delphi and Dodona were central to Greek society. Archaeologists have discovered inscriptions from anxious parents who sought assurances about their children's futures. For demigods, though, the answers were rarely comforting. Your child will become famous, but also ruin several kingdoms, was not an uncommon mythic prediction. Even when prophecies were absent, demigod children faced challenges. Many were raised away from society, hidden for their own protection or to avoid political trouble. Theseus grew up far from Athens, unaware of his royal blood. His father, Aegeus, left a sword and sandals hidden beneath a heavy stone, a test to prove Theseus's lineage once he came of age. It was a clever strategy, but one might argue it placed a great deal of responsibility on a future toddler who had not yet mastered walking. In some cases, demigods were sent to be educated by Chiron the centaur, the most patient teacher in Greek mythology. Unlike his rowdier centaur relatives, Chiron was wise, gentle, and preferred medicinal herbs to wine. His mountain cave functioned as a heroic academy where pupils learned music, hunting, medical skills, and the kind of philosophical reflection that might be useful when accidentally confronting a hydra. Many heroes, including Achilles, Jason, and Asclepius, spent their formative years with Chiron, who offered something infinitely rare in demigod childhood: stability. Yet even in the care of wise tutors, demigods felt the pressure of expectation. In Greek culture, children were raised under paideia, a system emphasizing moral development, athletic training, and civic responsibility. Ordinary children were expected to excel. Demigods were expected to be astonishing. When comparing themselves to other children, demigod youths often discovered that their strength, senses, or instincts were far beyond normal, which attracted both admiration and fear. A child who could bend bronze, outrun horses, or accidentally defeat a wild beast would naturally create tension in any village hoping for a quiet year. Greek myths capture this loneliness. Many heroes express longing for a simpler life. Heracles, even as a child, wanted peace more than glory. Achilles, though destined for greatness, spent his youth torn between a peaceful existence and the calling forced upon him. Theseus had the burden of royal expectations long before he officially met his father. The internal conflict between mortal desires and divine responsibility created emotional turmoil, something Greek playwrights emphasized centuries later. Tragedies often portray heroes recalling their childhoods with nostalgia, moments of brief comfort overshadowed by the weight of destiny. Another consistent theme of demigod upbringing was political danger. Kings saw demigods as potential threats. A child of divine descent could inspire loyalty, challenge authority, or fulfill a prophecy that spelled doom for the ruling family. This explains why so many hero stories begin with some attempt to eliminate the child or send them far away. Perseus was cast into the sea. Oedipus was abandoned. Telephus was exposed on a mountainside. Even Heracles was nearly killed as an infant. The idea of a powerful child causing political upheaval reflects real concerns within ancient Greek city-states, where lineage, divine favour, and legitimacy were constant sources of tension. And then there was the complication of divine parenthood itself. A mortal parent could offer love, discipline, and comfort, but divine parents were unpredictable. Some gods ignored their children completely. Others interfered too much. Athena and Hermes were known to support their offspring, sometimes appearing in dreams or offering magical items. Zeus tended to cause more problems than he solved. Hera, particularly when offended, which was often, caused problems for children who were not even remotely involved in her disputes. For a child caught between two worlds, this inconsistency shaped their sense of belonging, or lack of it. Imagine then a young demigod at dusk. The air is warm, the cicadas sing along the hillsides, and tiny lamps flicker in village homes. But the child stands apart, strong but unsure, watched by fearful neighbours and distant gods. Childhood is supposed to offer shelter, but theirs was often a prelude to trials already waiting beyond the horizon. And yet, for all the danger and pressure, these early challenges shaped what the Greeks believed a hero should be. Someone who suffered, someone who overcame, someone who carried burdens for the sake of others. Hero cults across Greece honoured these figures not because they were perfect, but because they endured. Shrines dedicated to demigods became places of prayer for protection, strength, and resilience. So we leave the demigod child here, caught between prophecy and possibility, between affection and expectation. A life already marked by struggle, yet just beginning. Their story is only warming up, though they may already wish they could return to the cradle. Ideally one without serpents this time. That awkward stage of life, where mortals worry about their voices cracking, their posture slumping, or their sandals not matching their tunic, suddenly becomes far more complicated when you can accidentally wrestle a bull or ignite a small forest by sneezing. Being half divine during your developmental years meant discovering your abilities not in peaceful, supervised environments, but in unpredictable situations, often involving kings, monsters, or a very distressed village complaining about property damage. For the ordinary citizen of ancient Greece, adolescence was a time to begin training for adulthood. Boys entered gymnasia, where they learned athletics, music, poetry, and warfare. Girls prepared for household roles, though in places like Sparta they trained just as rigorously as the boys. But demigods existed at the extreme edge of these expectations. They weren't simply encouraged to be strong or intelligent. They were expected to embody heroic excellence. And unfortunately for them, the discovery of their divine abilities rarely came with an instruction manual. Take Heracles, for example. In his youth, he trained under Linus, a music teacher who tried to impart the finer points of lyre playing. It did not go well. Heracles, frustrated with his own clumsiness and Linus's criticism, accidentally struck his instructor with the lyre and killed him. The ancient sources treat this with a straight face, but one suspects Linus regretted his career choice. After that, Heracles was sent to tend cattle on Mount Cithaeron, which was safer for everyone involved. But even there, he ended up slaying a powerful lion that had been troubling the herds. One wonders if he ever experienced an ordinary afternoon. Meanwhile, Theseus discovered his strength early, though, tragically for those around him, often without meaning to. According to legend, when Theseus was old enough, he lifted the enormous stone under which his father's sword and sandals were hidden. The act symbolized his entry into the heroic world. But long before that, he was described as unusually bold, frighteningly strong, and inclined to solve problems through direct physical engagement. For a young man navigating adolescence, the ability to bench press boulders does not lend itself to subtlety. The psychological weight of these abilities cannot be overlooked. Ancient Greek culture prized narrate, virtue, excellence, and the fulfillment of one's potential. But for demigods, narrate was both expectation and burden. Their strength separated them from their peers. Their instincts placed them on the front lines of danger. Their enhanced senses and reflexes often revealed them as different long before they understood why. In mythic tales, this difference frequently pushed demigods into isolation, not out of pride, but because relationships with ordinary mortals became fragile, even dangerous. Greek stories often emphasized the tragic side of heroic adolescence. Achilles, for instance, was sent away to be trained by Chiron on Mount Pelion. There he learned medicine, hunting, and combat, but he also learned something far more sobering. He was destined for a short, glorious life. Imagine being a teenager and having someone calmly inform you that you must choose between obscurity and death. The decision weighed heavily on Achilles, shaping his character long before he stepped onto any battlefield. Other demigods discovered their abilities during moments of crisis. Perseus grew into his strength while living far from Argos, unaware of the prophecy that followed him. He developed a reputation for bravery and resourcefulness, qualities that later convinced him he could survive facing Medusa. A confidence slightly misplaced, though fortunately Athena and Hermes intervened. Young Bellerophon tamed the winged horse Pegasus with help from Athena, an accomplishment that would have been astonishing for any mortal, let alone a teenager. These discoveries of power often brought trouble. Ancient myths repeatedly show that extraordinary strength and impulsive youth do not combine well. The Greeks understood this deeply. Their tragedies portray heroes battling not only external enemies, but their own uncontrolled passions: anger, pride, impatience. Adolescence, even for ordinary mortals, was seen as a time when emotions overpowered judgment. For demigods, those emotions were amplified by divine blood. Historically, the Greeks viewed adolescence as a crucial transitional period called ephebeia. In Athens, boys between the ages of 18 and 20 entered a structured civic and military training program. They learned to defend the city, participate in rituals, and adopt the responsibilities of citizenship. This period symbolized the transition into adulthood. But demigods rarely experience such structured preparation. Their lives were governed less by civic duty and more by the whims of gods, kings, and oracles. Speaking of oracles, their cryptic announcements often appeared precisely when demigods were discovering their powers. The Oracle of Delphi was notorious for issuing prophecies that sounded more like riddles than guidance, a young hero might ask whether he should embark on a dangerous journey and receive an answer such as, "The one who walks will find his way." Not exactly helpful when determining life or death decisions. This ambiguity added a layer of confusion to the already turbulent experience of adolescence. Socially, demigods faced another challenge: fear. Ordinary mortals admired heroes from a distance, but up close they could be uneasy. A child who grew into a young person capable of wrestling bulls or defeating brigands might be praised one day and mistrusted the next. This mistrust became a recurring theme in hero tales. Jason's return to Iolcus, Theseus's arrival in Athens, and Heracles' various encounters with kings all involve suspicion, manipulation, or outright hostility. Strength brought attention, but attention brought danger. Political anxiety also shaped the lives of demigods. Many myths portray kings plotting against young heroes, not because of wrongdoing, but because of potential. A royal ruler, hearing whispers of a gifted youth with divine parentage, might see prophecy in every shadow. This fear often resulted in challenges designed to kill the demigod, or at the very least keep him busy far away from the throne room. These tasks were presented as opportunities, though they seldom resembled anything a rational mentor would assign. Older heroes occasionally offered guidance. Heracles, in some versions of myth, met Theseus during his travels. They recognized something of themselves in each other: a shared burden, a shared fate, a shared sense of being used by forces beyond their control. These encounters reinforced a central Greek idea: heroes learned as much from each other as from gods or kings. But perhaps the greatest challenge of demigod adolescence was identity. Mortals knew who they were. Gods knew what they were. But demigods lived in the space between, powerful but vulnerable, admired but feared, guided by destiny but longing for choice. Greek philosophers later reflected on this paradox. Plato wrote about the struggle between the rational, spirited, and appetitive parts of the soul, a struggle that resonates oddly well with half-divine youth trying to balance mortal restraint and divine impulse. As you drift deeper into this chapter, imagine a young demigod sitting alone on a hillside. The sun sets behind the olive groves, casting warm amber light across the stones. The wind smells of earth and sea. Far below, the town carries on. Merchants closing stalls. Children chasing one another in quiet dusk. But the hero sits apart, wrestling with questions no ordinary adolescent must answer. What am I becoming? Why do I feel I belong nowhere? Will I ever be free of prophecy, danger, or divine expectation? In the end, these years shaped the hero more profoundly than any later quest. Strength was honed, courage tested, and character forged. The Greeks believed heroes were not born great. They became great through hardship. And the demigod's adolescence was hardship distilled, a training ground not just for the body, but for the spirit. So as the stars begin to rise in your imagination, we leave the young hero here, caught between potential and uncertainty, gifted yet burdened, watched by gods and feared by kings. Their path forward will lead to monsters, quests, and choices that define legends. But for now, they sit quietly in the twilight, not yet the hero the world expects, but no longer the child they once were. If you were a demigod in ancient Greece, there was one unavoidable fact of existence. The gods were always involved in your life. Not occasionally, not when convenient, always. And rarely helpfully. Some appeared out of pride, others out of jealousy, and a few simply because they were bored and your suffering made a pleasant afternoon diversion. Tonight, we descend quietly into that maddening reality, the constant, intrusive, sometimes catastrophic interference of the Olympian gods. To understand the demigod's dilemma, begin with the Greek view of divinity. The Olympian gods were immortal, powerful, and emotionally inconsistent. They feuded, schemed, drank, loved unwisely, and occasionally punished mortals for existing too confidently. They were, to put it mildly, dramatic housemates with control over weather and fate. And if you were unlucky enough to share DNA with one of them, your life turned into a mixture of privilege and nightmare. Take Zeus, the king of the gods. He produced more demigod children than any responsible father figure should, yet rarely stuck around to raise them. His attention was unpredictable. Sometimes he sent protective signs, and sometimes he accidentally triggered the events that ruined his own child's life. In the case of Heracles, his divine fatherhood invited Hera's wrath. Hera's jealousy, though understandable given Zeus's behaviour, became a defining torment for the young hero. Every misfortune Heracles suffered, from the snakes in the cradle to the madness that drove him to tragedy, had Hera's fingerprints on it. Heracles himself once remarked that his greatest enemy was not the Nemean lion nor the Hydra, but the Queen of Olympus herself. Hera's behaviour may seem extreme, but in Greek thought it reflected the power of divine emotion. Unlike later religious systems that emphasized moral consistency, the Greeks accepted that their gods were flawed. They were more like cosmic aristocrats, wielding immense influence, yet harbouring grudges that lasted centuries. Hera's animosity toward Heracles mirrored the real-world anxieties of ancient families dealing with rivalries, inheritance disputes, and complicated step relations, albeit translated into mythic proportions. And then there was Athena, who tended to favour clever, disciplined heroes. Athena's involvement often tipped the balance between survival and disaster. She guided Perseus to victory over Medusa, whispering strategies and supplying a polished shield. She stood at Odysseus' side during his travels after the boring Greek myths for sleep. Why it sucked to be a demigod conflict, offering him intellect when brute strength failed. But even Athena's help came with expectations. She demanded respect, obedience, and a certain degree of competence. A demigod might receive a blessing from her, but also a stern lecture if he behaved foolishly. A combination not entirely unfamiliar to those who grew up with academically minded relatives. Poseidon, for his part, approached demigods with the general attitude of a man whose property taxes have gone unpaid for decades. His temper was legendary. He created storms at the slightest provocation, often because a hero had accidentally offended him, or, in several cases, simply because they existed. Odysseus, Theseus, and even small coastal towns suffered the consequences of Poseidon's unpredictable moods. The sea god's reputation reflected the historical reality of Greek coastal life, where storms, shipwrecks, and shifting tides shaped entire communities. Poseidon was not merely angry, he was nature personified, powerful, necessary, and dangerously indifferent. But divine interference wasn't limited to the major Olympians. Hermes, the trickster god, frequently inserted himself into the lives of young heroes, either to assist them or to create mischief for his own amusement. He guided Perseus, stole cattle, invented the lyre, and maintained a general air of charming chaos. Apollo could be generous, but also quick to punish insult. Artemis protected those she favoured, but struck down those who violated her sacred spaces. Even Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, occasionally blurred the line between blessing and curse. A demigod never knew which god might intervene next, or why. This uncertainty created a psychological burden. Myth rarely shows heroes relaxing. Even in moments of quiet, the gods hovered above them like unpredictable supervisors. A hero's success often depended on the favour of one god, while another waited eagerly for the chance to sabotage them. This divine tug-of-war mirrored Greek views on fate and agency. The Greeks believed humans made choices, but the gods could alter the consequences at will. This tension shaped how stories were told and how heroes were remembered. To see divine interference at its most dramatic, consider the 12 labours of Heracles. Hera's vendetta ensured that every task was more dangerous than the last. She influenced Eurystheus, the king who assigned the labours, urging him to send Heracles against creatures no mortal could defeat. The Nemean lion's impenetrable hide, the hydra's regenerating heads, the Stymphalian birds with their razor-sharp feathers. Each trial was almost a god-sized trap. Yet Heracles prevailed through strength and ingenuity. Ancient Greek audiences admired his perseverance, seeing in him a symbol of endurance under divine oppression. Theseus faced similar divine entanglements. His journey to Athens involved numerous encounters influenced by gods who supported or hindered him. His eventual battle with the Minotaur was made possible only through the guidance of Ariadne, a help that many ancient writers believed came indirectly from Dionysus. In some versions of the myth, Dionysus later demanded Ariadne for himself, forcing Theseus to leave her behind. Mortal relationships, in other words, often became collateral damage in divine disputes. Perseus, too, relied heavily on Athena and Hermes. Without their gifts, Medusa's gaze would have turned him into decorative stone. His entire quest was engineered by gods who wished to humiliate a boastful king while simultaneously showing off their own ingenuity. Greek heroes often completed tasks mortals never could, but only because gods orchestrated the circumstances. This divine meddling reflected the historical religious practices of ancient Greece. People believed the gods were deeply involved in daily life, influencing weather, harvests, politics, and personal fortunes. Temples were not merely buildings but living spaces for divine presence. Sacrifices were performed regularly to maintain favour. If a community suffered misfortune, people assumed a god had been slighted. This worldview shaped how Greeks understood heroism. Success was divine cooperation. Failure, divine displeasure. Demigods therefore lived in a heightened version of this reality. They were watched more closely, tested more severely, and punished more harshly when they faltered. Their lives became spectacles of divine involvement, reinforcing the cultural idea that greatness came only through navigating the whims of Olympus. There was also the issue of divine rivalry. The gods were not a unified team. Athena and Poseidon famously competed for control of Athens, with Athena winning by offering the olive tree, a gift that symbolized peace, stability, and economic prosperity. Poseidon offered a saltwater spring, which, though dramatic, was not especially useful. The rivalry between these two gods influenced how they treated mortal descendants. heroes linked to one deity often faced scrutiny from the other. Demigods caught in these rivalries felt pressure from all sides. They might receive a blessing from one god, but incur the wrath of another. Ancient storytellers used these rivalries to explain why heroes faced such convoluted, dangerous journeys. The labyrinths, monsters, and impossible tasks represented the unpredictable hazards of divine politics. And so, as you drift deeper into sleep, picture a demigod at dawn. A cool breeze moves through olive groves. Birds stir in the branches. The village below is just waking. And above them, unseen, the gods watch, restless, competitive, eager to intervene. The demigod senses it, even in the quiet moments. The feeling that their life is not entirely their own. Every step may attract divine interest. Every action could shift the balance of some ancient grudge. For a demigod, divine interference was not a rare occurrence, but a daily condition. Love, jealousy, pride, curiosity. The gods acted for reasons far beyond mortal understanding. And the half-divine child or hero at the centre of it all could only move forward, hoping the next intervention brought guidance rather than catastrophe. Thus we leave them here, standing between heaven and earth, watched by powerful eyes, destined to face trials shaped by tempers older than time. Their story continues, but tonight, for a moment, they rest in the calm before the next divine storm. If you were a demigod in Greek myth, there eventually came a moment when some king, oracle, or offended deity would proclaim, with great enthusiasm, that you must embark on a quest. Not a small task, mind you, not fetch some olives or tidy the stable. No, demigod quests were enormous, unreasonable, and usually located several days' journey beyond where any sensible mortal was willing to travel. Tonight, we walk softly into this world of impossible assignments. Journeys no ordinary human could survive, but demigods were expected to treat as character-building exercises. To appreciate just how ill-advised these quests were, one must remember something about ancient Greek geography. To the Greeks, the world was a blend of familiar coastlines and mysterious frontiers. Beyond each city-state lay landscapes filled with unknown peoples, shifting myths, and creatures that scholars today kindly classify as symbolic, though ancient citizens would have described them as terrifying. A hero's journey often took place in these liminal spaces, the edges of the known world, where danger and wonder mingled in equal measure. Heracles, of course, is forever associated with quests of ridiculous scale. Each of his 12 labours sent him farther into the wilds, where divine beasts or supernatural disasters conveniently awaited. He journeyed to Nemea to defeat the lion with an impenetrable hide, then to Lerna, where the Hydra's heads multiplied with alarming enthusiasm. Farther still to the distant west, beyond the known world, to challenge the giant Geryon and fetch the golden apples of the Hesperides. These journeys were more than simple tasks. They were odysseys that stretched across continents, filled with symbolic encounters representing chaos, fear, and the unknown. The Greeks understood that such distant travels were inherently destabilizing. In their real world, sailors venturing into the Mediterranean risked storms, pirates, and unfamiliar cultures. The sea was both a highway and a barrier. Each hero navigating perilous waters echoed the anxieties of merchants, colonists, and explorers who pushed the boundaries of Greek settlement. To travel far from home was to leave behind the protection of gods, customs, and allies, a reality woven into every mythic quest. Theseus, though best known for the labyrinth, also undertook smaller, yet equally unfortunate, adventures on his way to Athens. He confronted bandits, wrestled murderous giants, and generally cleaned up the highway system of southern Greece. Legend has it he fought Periphetes, a club-wielding rogue who delighted in smashing travellers, Procrustes, a hotelier whose notion of hospitality involved stretching or chopping guests to fit the bed, and the Crommyonian sow, a monstrous pig with a bad attitude. Theseus's journey to Athens reads like a public safety campaign disguised as a myth. But the crown jewel of Theseus's quests was, of course, the labyrinth. King Minos demanded an annual tribute of young Athenians, who were sent into the labyrinth to be devoured by the Minotaur. Theseus volunteered to end this grim tradition. The labyrinth itself symbolized confusion, danger, and the overwhelming complexity of fate, a structure from which no mortal could escape unaided. With the help of Ariadne and her famous thread, Theseus navigated the twisting passageways, defeated the Minotaur, and brought hope back to Athens. It was a triumph, though he later forgot to change the colour of his sails and accidentally caused his father's tragic death. A reminder that demigods excelled at heroic deeds but struggled with everyday logistics. Perseus, too, faced a quest engineered for near certain death. King Polydectes, eager to rid himself of the inconveniently heroic youth, demanded the head of Medusa as a gift. Medusa, one of the Gorgons, could turn anyone who met her gaze into stone, a trait that tends to discourage visitors. Without divine intervention, Perseus's attempt would have been brief and decorative. Athena provided a polished shield to serve as a mirror, Hermes a sharp blade, and several deities contributed additional accessories. Equipped like a mythological Swiss army knife, Perseus set out, navigating from one edge of the world to another. His journey took him to desolate realms believed to lie beyond Oceanus, the mysterious river said to circle the earth. This cosmic geography was symbolic of the Greeks' attempt to make sense of distant lands through myth. Jason's quest for the Golden Fleece carried him even farther, into the misty lands of Colchis, near the edge of civilization. His ship, the Argo, became a symbol of exploration itself. The voyage united heroes from across Greece, creating a kind of mythic ensemble cast. Their journey involved clashing rocks, harpies, enchanted bulls, dragon guardians, and an extremely complicated romantic subplot with Medea. The Golden Fleece, shimmering with divine power, symbolized kingship, authority, and legitimacy. Jason's quest therefore echoed political tensions of the Greek world, where dynastic claims and thrones were often contested. Bellerophon provides another example of mythic travel gone wrong. Riding the winged horse Pegasus, he attempted to defeat the Chimera, a creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent, because Greek mythologists had a strong sense of creative freedom. After succeeding, Bellerophon's confidence grew. He eventually attempted to fly to Olympus itself, an act of hubris the gods did not appreciate. He was struck down, left to wander alone and blinded. His story illustrates a crucial theme in Greek thought. Greatness must remain humble. Demigods walked a thin line between divine favour and divine punishment. Every one of these quests however thrilling they may sound on pottery, was deeply unfair. The hero rarely volunteered out of enthusiasm. Most were forced into these journeys by circumstances beyond their control. A king trying to get rid of them, a prophecy forcing their hand, or a deity using them as pieces in a cosmic board game. Demigods were, in effect, the ancient world's most overworked contractors, assigned dangerous tasks, underpaid, usually not paid at all, and expected to complete assignments that would make a union representative faint. Historically, these quests mirrored Greek ritual and societal values. Many myths relate to rites of passage, symbolic journeys representing a young person's transition into adulthood. Archaeologists studying Bronze Age and archaic Greek societies have found shrine sites where offerings linked to heroic travel were placed. Miniature ships, animal figurines, and tokens associated with protection. The real dangers of travel, combined with the mythic exaggeration of those dangers, shaped the Greek understanding of heroism as both physical endurance and moral resilience. Additionally, these quests often touched real geographical locations. The Bronze Age palaces of Tiryns and Mycenae, the Cycladic Islands, the mountains of Arcadia, and the lands near the Black Sea all appear in mythic narratives. The Greeks blended real landscapes with imaginative embellishments to craft stories that felt both familiar and impossibly grand. A hilltop village might be the birthplace of a hero. A nearby cave might be home to a legendary beast. A distant coastline became the setting for the edge of the world. Yet perhaps the most exhausting part of these quests wasn't the danger, the distance, or the divine interference. It was the expectation. A demigod could not refuse, even if he wanted to. The Greeks believed in fate, yes, but they also believed that heroes must willingly embrace their role. To decline a quest was to invite shame, criticism, and possibly divine retribution. The hero's journey was unavoidable, not because of destiny alone, but because culture demanded it. And so, as you gently drift towards sleep, imagine the demigod at dawn, preparing for yet another unreasonable journey. A satchel rests on his shoulder. A weapon gleams in the early light. The air is cool, carrying scents of olive groves and distant sea. The villagers watch with awe, pity, and perhaps relief that they are not the ones being sent to retrieve the golden whatever it is this time. The demigod takes a breath, knowing that kings expect success, gods expect endurance, and fate expects tragedy. But still they walk forward into forests, seas, deserts and mountains, into stories that will shape legends, into trials no mortal could survive, and all the while they remain painfully aware. This wasn't a calling, it was an obligation. One of the greatest inconveniences of being a demigod, and there were many contenders, was the unavoidable expectation that you would routinely face monsters. Not symbolic challenges, not stern conversations with disappointed relatives, but actual monsters. Creatures with claws, scales, too many heads, not enough patience, and absolutely no regard for property damage. A demigod did not grow up expecting a quiet life. They grew up knowing that at some point someone would point toward a dark forest, a distant cave, or a suspiciously smoky mountain and say, "Yes, you go deal with that." This chapter drifts gently into that aspect of demigod life, the ceaseless confrontation with beasts that defied natural order. To understand why Greek heroes were so entangled with monsters, we must first understand what monsters meant to the ancient Greeks themselves. To modern readers, monsters may seem like fantasy entertainment, but for the Greeks they embodied the unknown. In a world bounded by rugged mountains, uncharted seas, and territories filled with unfamiliar cultures, the edges of civilization were emotionally charged spaces. Anything beyond the known world could inspire fear. Dangerous animals, strange landscapes, foreign customs. The myths translated these anxieties into creatures that physically represented chaos. Monsters, therefore, were never just creatures. They were symbols. The Nemean lion represented invulnerability, the Hydra uncontrollable multiplication, the Minotaur human savagery trapped inside civilization, and Medusa the lethal power of the gaze, a theme explored deeply in Greek art and ritual. These stories reflected the constant tension between order and disorder, culture and wilderness, and demigods stood uncomfortably at the border of these worlds. Heracles, naturally, had the busiest schedule. His first labour involved the Nemean lion, a beast whose hide could not be pierced by any weapon. Reasonable people might have taken this as a sign to stay home. Heracles, however, wrestled it to death with his bare hands, a solution the Greeks admired immensely, though one imagines the lion did not. Artists love this story. Via paintings show Heracles locked in a wrestling hold, muscles bulging, the lion looking deeply unimpressed. Then came the Hydra, a creature with multiple heads, each one growing back double when severed. This was myth's way of expressing the feeling that problems multiply when you attempt to solve them, something the Greeks understood quite well, especially during political reforms. Heracles only succeeded because his loyal companion, Iolaus, cauterized each neck as it was struck. The imagery here is deeply symbolic. Order triumphs not through strength alone, but through teamwork and strategy. But monsters were not limited to Heracles. Theseus faced the Crommyonian sow, a large, destructive beast said to ravage the area near Corinth. He also defeated the bull of Marathon, a raging animal associated with Poseidon's anger. Theseus's monsters often reflected the dangers of travel between cities, places where bandits and wild animals threatened human safety. His victories symbolized the taming of roads, turning the dangerous wilderness between regions into safe networks of trade and communication. Perseus famously confronted Medusa, a myth that carries an almost ritual quality. Medusa's gaze could turn men to stone, and her face was used in Greek art to ward off evil. Archaeologists have discovered Gorgonean symbols carved into temples, shields, and household objects. The Greeks truly believed that her image held protective power. Perseus's beheading of Medusa was not merely a victory, it was a conquest over paralyzing fear itself. The idea that a hero could bypass terror by refusing to look directly at it reflects the Greek belief that strategy and cleverness could triumph over dread. Then there is Bellerophon, who faced the Chimera, a fire-breathing beast with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent. To modern minds, this creature sounds like three artists were given different parts of an assignment, and no one checked the final draft. But symbolically, it represented the chaotic blending of different threats. Bellerophon riding Pegasus to defeat the Chimera reflected human ambition to rise above danger, literally and metaphorically. His triumph came at a cost, however. Attempting to ascend to Olympus afterward resulted in his downfall. The Greeks believed deeply that pride led to catastrophe, a theme consistently embedded in heroic encounters with monsters. Jason and the Argonauts also dealt with their share of monstrous encounters. Harpies tormented the blind prophet Phineus. The clashing rocks nearly crushed the Argo. Fire-breathing bulls roamed the fields of Colchis. Each creature symbolized an obstacle of foreign lands, fitting for a story centered on distant exploration. Jason's reliance on Medea, a powerful sorceress, further emphasized that heroes rarely overcame monsters alone. What makes these stories especially fascinating is how monsters blur the boundary between natural and supernatural. Many Greek monsters were inspired by real animals exaggerated through storytelling. Large lions, massive boars, venomous snakes, and dangerous bulls all posed real threats to rural communities. Over time, tales of these animals transformed into mythic beasts. The Caledonian boar, for example, likely originated as a dangerous wild boar hunt, a real ritual event in many Greek communities, but evolved into a gigantic supernatural creature sent by Artemis. Similarly, stories about sea monsters reflect ancient maritime anxieties. The Greeks were skilled sailors, but they knew the sea was treacherous. Tales of Scylla, Charybdis, and other monstrous sea creatures dramatized the unpredictable dangers of storms, whirlpools, and rocky coastlines. A demigod confronting these creatures represented humankind's eternal struggle with nature's fury. Historically, these myths also served an important cultural purpose. Confronting monsters was a narrative shorthand for confronting disorder. Greek society placed enormous value on cosmos, order, balance, civic harmony. Monsters embodied the opposite: wildness, chaos, unpredictability. When a hero defeated a monster, it reinforced the cultural message that civilization, reason, and human effort could overcome the forces that threatened to unravel society. For demigods, however, this symbolic burden translated into exhausting reality. While mortals performed rituals to ward off misfortune, demigods were expected to confront misfortune directly, usually with a sword. When something terrifying appeared in the hills or mountains, the immediate reaction was often, "Ah yes, send the demigod." They were the ancient equivalent of calling technical support and demanding they address a problem that clearly required a larger team. Furthermore, the gods themselves often created these monsters, a fact that must have been deeply frustrating for the heroes tasked with dealing with them. Hera sent the Hydra. Poseidon sent the bull. Athena, though usually helpful, created the Gorgon's curse. The gods manufactured the disasters and then applauded the heroes who cleaned them up. A curious cosmic workplace arrangement, to say the least. Yet despite the danger, these monster confrontations formed the backbone of heroic identity. Greek heroes were remembered not for peaceful negotiations or careful debates, but for slaying frightening creatures in lonely landscapes. Their victories became moral lessons, religious symbols, and civic pride. Cities claimed descent from heroes. Sanctuaries preserved weapons said to belong to them. Festivals reenacted their deeds, and hero cults venerated them as intermediaries between mortals and gods. So as you drift deeper into this quiet chapter, picture a demigod standing at the entrance of a cave. Wind rustles through the pines. The air is cold and still. A monstrous growl echoes from within, vibrating against the stones. The demigod knows the village depends on him. He also knows he would much prefer a cup of wine and a nap. But duty calls, and he enters the darkness, not because he wants to, but because he must. For in Greek myth, facing monsters was never about glory. It was about restoring balance, confronting fear, and carrying the burden of order on weary shoulders. And so we leave the hero there, poised between light and shadow, courage and dread, stepping forward into the unknown so the world behind him can sleep in peace. If quests and monsters were the physical burdens of being a demigod, then the emotional weight was something far subtler, but far heavier. Heroes in Greek mythology didn't merely endure wounds, battles, and divine interference. They endured themselves. Tonight, we drift into the quiet, often overlooked truth the ancients understood well. Being half divine meant living with profound psychological strain, identity crises, loneliness, and the constant pressure of a destiny that felt more like a sentence than a calling. To appreciate this emotional landscape, one must first understand that the Greeks had a very different idea of what it meant to be heroic. Modern audiences often associate heroes with moral virtue, kindness, or self-sacrifice. In ancient Greece, however, a hero was defined not by goodness, but by magnitude. A hero did things on a grand scale, whether glorious or catastrophic. Achilles sulked dramatically. Heracles destroyed cities when provoked. Theseus abandoned Ariadne. Jason betrayed Medea. Their deeds, good or bad, were amplified. To be half divine was to be caught between mortality and divine impulse, and Greek literature captures that tension again and again. Let's begin with the matter of identity. A demigod walked through the world knowing they were different. Ordinary mortals could blame hardship on chance or the whims of the gods. Demigods, however, were expected to embody greatness at every turn. Imagine waking up each morning knowing you must justify your existence, not just to your village or your family, but to fate itself. The Greeks had a word for this struggle, narrate, the pursuit of excellence. For a demigod, narrate was not an aspiration. It was a requirement. This pressure often manifested in troubling ways. Consider Achilles. Raised with the knowledge that his life would be short but glorious, he carried that prediction like a weight pressing on his spirit. His famous rage in the Iliad is not merely anger, it is the psychological expression of a young man trapped between immortality and mortality. His mother Thetis tried to protect him by hiding him among the daughters of King Lycomedes, dressing him in feminine clothing, but no disguise could mask the burden he felt. His entire existence was an argument between two worlds, the human desire for life, love, and comfort, and the divine expectation of fame, violence, and early death. Heracles suffered similarly. The son of Zeus, beloved for his strength but tormented by Hera, he lived with a constant sense of being punished for something he never chose. His famous bouts of madness, sent by Hera, left him with guilt beyond measure. He would wake to discover he had harmed those he loved, and from that grief came the labours, a form of atonement imposed by a cowardly king, but accepted by Heracles because he believed he deserved to suffer. His tragedy is not in the monsters he fought, but in the internal chaos he carried with him. Theseus, the founder hero of Athens, had his own struggles. His journey through adolescence was marked by violence and necessity, and his adult years were filled with political pressure. He united Attica, forged alliances, and sought to establish Athens as a cultural centre. Tasks far beyond the emotional maturity of most heroes. His abandonment of Ariadne on Naxos, as tragic as it is, reflects a hero overwhelmed by obligation. Greek audiences understood that Theseus was not heartless. He was exhausted. His life stretched across political, familial, and divine demands. Even Perseus, often considered one of the more cheerful heroes, lived under the shadow of prophecy. He knew from infancy that his existence meant danger for his grandfather. Though he eventually fulfilled that prophecy unintentionally, the story reveals a haunting truth. No matter how accomplished, no demigod could escape fate. This idea permeates Greek literature, reminding audiences that greatness and tragedy walk hand in hand. Beyond these individual stories lies a universal theme in Greek thought. Heroes were isolated. Their strength separated them from community. Their destinies alienated them from family. Their divine parentage placed them in an emotional no man's land. Archaeological evidence suggests that Greek hero cults developed precisely because ordinary mortals recognized this loneliness. At shrines dedicated to heroes, often located near tombs, people left offerings not out of admiration alone, but out of sympathy. Heroes were powerful, yes, but they were also profoundly tragic. This loneliness was intensified by the fact that heroes rarely formed lasting friendships. Companions existed, Patroclus, Iolaus, the Argonauts, but these relationships often ended in death, betrayal, or separation. Greek storytellers emphasized that heroes walked paths no one else could follow. Even when surrounded by others, they were alone. Their inward struggles belonged solely to them. Another layer of psychological weight came from prophecy. Mortals feared prophecy. Demigods lived under it. When oracles spoke, they did so in riddles that shaped lifetimes. A demigod might spend years trying to avoid a predicted tragedy, only to unwittingly cause it. This was not a quirk of storytelling, but a reflection of Greek religious belief. Fate was inevitable. Attempts to evade it only brought it closer. Oedipus is the clearest example. In trying to avoid harming his parents, he fulfilled the prophecy he most feared. This tragic irony resonated deeply with Greek audiences, who believed that destiny, once declared, could not be altered. For demigods, this created constant internal conflict. Every choice carried unimaginable weight. Every action might trigger divine anger or fulfill ancient predictions. This psychological tension appears in the works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, whose tragedies often present heroic figures struggling with their own nature. Heroes like Ajax, for instance, grappled with honour, shame, and grief, emotional burdens that ultimately consumed him. Though Ajax was not a demigod, his struggles mirror those faced by many half-divine heroes. The inability to reconcile internal turmoil with external expectation. Greek society recognized the mental strain of these expectations. The concept of catharsis, emotional purification, emerged partly as a response to heroic suffering. Audiences watching tragedies experienced release, not merely because stories were dramatic, but because they saw their anxieties reflected in the struggles of heroes. The demigod's turmoil became a communal space for processing fear, grief, ambition, and failure. Let us also consider the matter of mortality. A demigod lived knowing that death would come, physically, certainly, but also symbolically. Heroes often died young, violently, or in circumstances shaped by divine resentment. Their short lives mirrored the Greek belief that greatness demanded sacrifice. The higher one climbed, the harder one fell. This theme appears across all mythic cycles. Heracles consumed by flames, Achilles struck by an arrow, Theseus dying in exile, Bellerophon wandering in blindness. Their tragedies reinforced the cultural message that heroism was glorious but not enviable. A demigod's life was a lesson, not a reward. And so, as you drift through this chapter, imagine a demigod sitting alone beside a quiet river. The water moves gently over smooth stones. The sky shifts into evening hues. Villagers laugh in the distance. Children play, lamps flicker in doorways. But the demigod sits apart, burdened by prophecy, by expectation, by memories of battles fought and losses endured. They are young. Many heroes were. Yet they carry the sorrow of lifetimes. Their strength cannot protect them from grief. Their fame cannot cure loneliness. Their destiny cannot be refused. For the demigod, the hardest battles were not against monsters or tyrants, but against the quiet ache of being both human and not, of longing for a life they could never live. And so we leave them there, still, reflective, caught between two worlds, listening to the gentle sound of water, wishing for once simply to be ordinary. If there is one thing ancient kings feared more than foreign armies, drought, or an especially opinionated oracle, it was the arrival of a demigod. To a ruler in the Greek world, a half-divine hero was not an honoured guest. He was a walking political crisis. A demigod brought strength, fame, unpredictable divine connections, and, inevitably, trouble. Tonight, we wander softly into that uncomfortable reality. Why ancient kingdoms saw demigods not as blessings, but as risks that required careful management, delicate politeness, or immediate removal. To begin, imagine a Bronze Age palace. High walls, storerooms filled with grain and oil, scribes scratching tablets with reed pens, servants hurrying about, and a nervous king perched on a throne. He hears rumours that a young man of astonishing strength is travelling through his lands. A normal traveller? No issue. But a demigod? Suddenly the king must worry about prophecies, divine grudges, political unrest, and the chance that this unknown hero might accidentally overthrow a government while trying to kill a monster outside the city gates. This anxiety wasn't irrational. Greek myths are filled with kings who suffered immensely thanks to demigods. Let's begin with Heracles, because no one caused more unintended political havoc than Zeus's famously muscular son. Heracles never set out to overthrow kings. He simply behaved like someone who wasn't used to following mortal rules. When he visited a kingdom, the locals tended to experience a dramatic increase in property damage. Walls crumbled, monsters died, royal furniture broke under his weight, and tyrants found themselves deposed almost as a side effect of his presence. Even when he meant well, things tended to catch fire. Kings observed this pattern and were understandably cautious. In fact, many rulers went to great lengths to avoid angering Heracles. Some offered hospitality, hoping he would pass through without breaking anything important. Others sent him away immediately with a quest, which in diplomatic terms was the polite equivalent of saying, "Please go somewhere else before you ruin my palace." King Eurystheus, of course, stands as the finest example of royal terror. After Hera drove Heracles into madness, Eurystheus was the unfortunate king who had to assign the 12 labours. He didn't do this out of courage. He did it because Hera convinced him he had no choice, and because keeping Heracles far away from Mycenae seemed deeply wise. Ancient writers nearly always describe Eurystheus hiding inside jars, baskets, or underground chambers whenever Heracles returned triumphantly. It's not flattering, but it is very human. The fear of being overshadowed by someone stronger, louder, and more divinely problematic. Theseus created similar problems for kings, especially those whose power was built on fear or corruption. During his journey to Athens, he removed several bandits and tyrants whose brutality had gone unchecked. King Aegeus, Theseus's father, initially saw him as a threat, not a blessing. A young stranger of remarkable strength arriving in a city was rarely a peaceful event. In societies heavily dependent on lineage and legitimacy, the presence of a mysterious, powerful youth could unsettle entire political structures. Once Theseus became king, he faced the opposite problem. Other demigods became threats to him. The political world of ancient Greece was fiercely competitive. Rulership was rarely secure. A hero with divine ancestry could inspire loyalty among citizens eager for a more glamorous leader. Cities often embraced heroes as founders because they symbolized divine favor. But that meant current rulers feared them. If a hero walked into your kingdom, you had to decide quickly: are they a potential ally, a future rival, or the reason your citizens might suddenly stop respecting your authority? Perseus, too, destabilized kings whether he intended to or not. His quest for Medusa's head began because King Polydectes wanted him conveniently gone. Kings often employed this strategy: send the demigod to perform an impossible task and hope he doesn't return. Perseus, of course, did return, carrying a severed head capable of turning spectators into statues. Not ideal for political stability. Later, Perseus accidentally fulfilled the prophecy that he would kill his grandfather Acrisius. Even in a peaceful moment, throwing a discus, his divine strength proved fatal. Whether he wanted it or not, Perseus carried danger wherever he went. In Greek society, these tales had a deeper resonance. The Greeks viewed kingship as delicate. A ruler's legitimacy rested on divine approval, ancestor claims, and the support of the people. A demigod, with one divine parent and a heroic aura, could easily disrupt this balance. Imagine being a king who has spent decades presenting himself as chosen by the gods, only for the actual child of a god to stroll into your city looking inconveniently heroic. That would make anyone nervous. Historically, this tension reflects the transition from Bronze Age monarchies to the more complex city-states of the archaic and classical periods. In the Mycenaean age, kings ruled from fortified palaces, but by the time these myths were written down, kingship had lost much of its power. Tyrants rose and fell. Aristocratic families competed for influence. Hero stories, filled with charismatic figures challenging unjust rulers, mirrored real social anxieties about leadership, legitimacy, and political instability. The demigods also threatened kings because heroes attracted popular admiration. Greek citizens, especially in Athens, cherished stories of brave individuals who defended the weak or defeated oppressive rulers. A demigod who solved local problems, defeated monsters, or brought prosperity naturally became a symbolic champion of the people. Rulers feared this charisma. A hero's popularity could easily translate into demands for political change. This dynamic appears clearly in the myth of Bellerophon. Blessed by the gods and mounted on Pegasus, Bellerophon achieved feats that drew admiration from all who heard his name. King Iobates admired him, but King Proetus of Tiryns feared him. Proetus tried to have Bellerophon killed not because he was wicked, but because he was frightened of a man whose glory exceeded his own. The Greeks understood that admiration was a form of power, and any king not holding onto it tightly risked losing control. Jason faced similar political entanglements. His quest for the Golden Fleece was deeply tied to royal succession. King Peleus feared Jason because he was handsome, strong, and supported by Hera, which already made him far too interesting to be left unsupervised. Peleus sent him on a quest designed to kill him, not because of personal hatred, but because a demigod-backed hero could easily claim a throne simply by walking into the palace with the right amount of dramatic lighting. A more subtle, but equally real, problem for kings was divine rivalry. If a demigod arrived whose parentage offended one of the gods worshipped in that city, political trouble followed quickly. A temple dedicated to Poseidon might not appreciate a hero blessed by Athena, and vice versa. Cities were proud of their patron gods, and divine competition translated into mortal tension. Imagine a king trying to host a banquet for a demigod, only for the city's patron deity to threaten drought because the guest is associated with a rival god. No wonder kings reacted to demigods as one might react to a lit torch in a room full of oil jars. Yet, despite all of this fear, the demigods' relationship with kingdoms remained crucial to Greek society. Their stories taught moral lessons about leadership, the dangers of jealousy, the fragility of authority, and the importance of justice. Good kings welcomed heroes and learned from them. Bad kings persecuted heroes and met inevitable ends. The myths functioned as political commentary disguised as entertainment. So as you drift deeper into sleep, imagine a demigod standing before a palace at dusk. The torches flicker along the stone walls. Courtiers whisper nervously. The king watches from a balcony, uncertain whether this visitor will bring salvation or disaster. Even the gods seem to lean in, curious to see how this encounter will unfold. For the demigod, it is just another day, another kingdom wary of his presence, another ruler fearful of being overshadowed by a person who never asked to be half divine. And so we leave our hero here, on palace steps, caught between suspicion and admiration, destiny and danger, knowing that even without lifting a weapon, he changes the balance of power simply by standing still. If quests and monsters and meddling gods weren't inconvenient enough, there was yet another burden placed upon the poor demigod: relationships. Romantic, familial, accidental, all of them tended to end badly. Being half divine meant living in a world where love was entangled with prophecy, jealousy, divine interference, and disastrous timing. Tonight, we drift through that tangled landscape, exploring why relationships for demigods were almost guaranteed to go spectacularly wrong. To begin with, one must understand the Greek view of marriage and family life. The ancient Greeks expected marriages to serve practical purposes: alliances, stability, and the continuation of family lines. Love, while not discouraged, was rarely the foundation of marital arrangements. And yet demigods often found themselves in relationships driven by passion, divine design, or heroic obligation. These relationships tended to be intense, dramatic, and brief, much like the lives of the heroes themselves. Take Heracles, whose romantic history reads less like a love story and more like a list of tragic warnings. His first wife, Megara, is remembered primarily because Heracles, driven into madness by Hera, killed her and their children. It was not an act of malice, but divine cruelty. The Greeks saw this tragedy not as a flaw in Megara, or even in Heracles, but as an example of how a demigod's emotional world was not entirely their own. If the gods chose to intervene, no mortal bond, however loving, could protect against the consequences. Heracles later married Deianira, whose name is associated with despair. She inadvertently killed him by sending him a poisoned garment, believing it to be a charm to restore his love. Their story reveals the insecurity built into relationships with demigods. Misunderstandings were amplified by divine pressures and heroic tempers. Theseus fared no better. His relationship with Ariadne is one of the most famous in Greek myth, though not for happy reasons. She saved his life by giving him the thread that allowed him to escape the labyrinth. In return, Theseus promised to take her away from Crete, and he did, until he abandoned her on the island of Naxos. The reasons differ depending on the storyteller. Some claim Dionysus demanded Ariadne for himself. Others say Theseus panicked, distracted by the weight of returning to Athens as a hero and future king. In Athenian tradition, Ariadne became a reminder that even heroes capable of nobility could falter under pressure. Their relationship ended in sorrow, not because Theseus was heartless, but because the world he navigated was shaped by duty, divine interference, and political expectation. Perseus, despite his relative cheerfulness, also had complicated romantic circumstances. His marriage to Andromeda began with a rescue, Perseus saving her from a sea monster sent by Poseidon. A dramatic introduction, yes, but not the foundation for a calm relationship. Their love grew, but even so, their lives were shaped by divine rivalries and political instability. Perseus did not bring peace to his wife's kingdom. Instead, he killed her former betrothed, faced a violent wedding banquet, and later accidentally caused the death of his grandfather. The implications of these events were clear in Greek thought. Even well-meaning demigods brought turmoil to those they loved. Other heroes faced relationship challenges rooted in identity. A demigod carried divine blood, which sparked intense attraction but also intense danger. Jason's relationship with Medea is perhaps the most extreme example. Jason needed Medea, her intelligence, her magic, her loyalty. Without her, the quest for the Golden Fleece would have ended quickly and embarrassingly. But Medea was not a passive partner. She was powerful, unpredictable, and deeply committed. When Jason later betrayed her by pursuing a politically advantageous marriage, she responded in a way that left Greek audiences quietly horrified and playwrights delighted by dramatic possibilities. Their story is less a romance and more an examination of broken promises, power imbalances, and the catastrophic consequences of heroic ambition. Even in friendships, demigods faced emotional turmoil. Achilles and Patroclus shared a bond that transcended ordinary companionship. Their relationship was intimate, fierce, and foundational to the Iliad. When Patroclus died, Achilles' grief reshaped the course of the war. But their dynamic, too, reflected the burden of being half divine. Achilles loved deeply but reacted with divine intensity. His humanity made him vulnerable. His godlike anger made him destructive. The contrast between these emotional extremes lay at the heart of Greek tragedy. Beyond romantic and friendship bonds, demigods also struggled within their own families. Many were born into households that did not understand them. Some, like Perseus, were feared by their grandparents. Others, like Atalanta, were abandoned at birth because they did not fit social expectations. Atalanta's later attempt to marry faced divine sabotage. Unwilling to be controlled by any man, she insisted on foot races against her suitors, declaring she would marry only the victor. Hippomenes won with the help of golden apples from Aphrodite, an unfair advantage to be sure, but standard operating procedure for deities. Their marriage ended poorly when both lovers offended a god, never a wise move, and were transformed into lions. The pattern is clear. Demigod relationships were vulnerable not because the heroes lacked loyalty or affection, but because divine forces hovered constantly at the edges of their lives. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle force. It was the domain of gods like Aphrodite and Eros, powerful, unpredictable beings who could kindle passion or ruin with equal enthusiasm. Aphrodite herself appears in countless myths, manipulating desire to punish or reward mortals. If she wanted a demigod to fall in love, they did. If she wanted their love to destroy them, it usually did that too. Historically, these stories reflected the Greek understanding that love and desire were forces outside human control. Emotions were not merely personal experiences, but manifestations of divine influence. To love a demigod, therefore, was to enter a relationship shaped not just by two people, but by the gods who lingered around them. Greek literature often portrays love as a destabilizing force. Beautiful, yes, but dangerous. The tragic love stories of Phaedra and Hippolytus, Helen and Paris, or Orpheus and Eurydice reveal how easily affection could unravel lives. Culturally, these tales also taught caution. A normal mortal romance could bring happiness, but a relationship with a hero, that promised grief. Admirable though they were, demigods were not stable partners. They disappeared on quests, attracted divine attention, accidentally fulfilled prophecies, and carried emotional burdens that would test any household. The Greeks admired them, but also pitied anyone who attempted to marry them. One must also consider the role of fate. Prophecy shaped many romantic decisions. When an oracle declared that a hero's marriage would bring ruin, characters were often unable to avoid fulfilling that prediction. The story of Oedipus, though not a demigod, exemplifies how prophecy entangled personal relationships with cosmic design. The same forces shaped the lives of demigods, trapping them in emotional patterns they could not escape. And yet, despite the sorrow that followed them, demigods longed for connection. Achilles cherished Patroclus. Theseus deeply valued his companions. Orpheus braved the underworld for Eurydice. Even Heracles sought love repeatedly, hoping to build a peaceful life. These desires made them deeply human, reinforcing the duality at the core of heroism. Strength beyond measure, but hearts as fragile as any mortals. So as you rest into this chapter, imagine a demigod at twilight. The sky is soft, the horizon fading into shades of blue and gold. Villagers light their lamps. Couples settle into quiet conversation. But the hero walks alone, yearning for companionship, yet carrying burdens that make intimacy perilous. They feel the pull toward love, friendship, belonging. But destiny tugs harder. For a demigod, relationships were precious and painful. They offered warmth in a cold world, but also vulnerability in a life governed by unpredictable gods and relentless fate. And so we leave the hero standing beneath the dimming sky, longing, burdened, hopeful, and afraid, knowing that the greatest dangers they faced were not monsters or battles, but the fragile hearts they tried and often failed to hold. If being a demigod was difficult in life, it was hardly any easier in death. Mortals expected to die eventually, gods expected not to die at all, and demigods were trapped squarely between the two conditions, gifted with strength that made them seem invincible, yet bound by destinies that almost always led toward tragedy. Tonight, we drift gently into that final burden. Why demigods rarely enjoyed peaceful endings, and how their deaths, or transformations, shaped the ancient Greek understanding of memory, ritual, and the fragile hope of something beyond life. To begin, it helps to remember that the Greeks viewed death not as a single moment, but as an event shaped by character and fate. The manner of one's death reflected one's nature. A good death, ideally, was honourable, witnessed, and remembered. A bad death was lonely, shameful, or forgotten. Demigods, however, lived in a world where destiny seemed to have already written the final lines of their stories. Their extraordinary lives demanded extraordinary endings, and not the comfortable kind. Take Heracles, whose story is perhaps the most dramatic of all. After completing his labours and countless additional adventures, he married Deianira. Yet his past, filled with violence, divine interference, and emotional scars, lingered around him. When Deianira, misled into believing she was using a love charm, gave Heracles a poisoned tunic, the agony that followed was unbearable even for a son of Zeus. Heracles built his own funeral pyre, lay upon it, and waited for death. But the Greeks could not allow someone like Heracles to simply die. His suffering body burned, but his divine essence ascended to Olympus. There he became a god, marrying Hebe and joining the immortals. This ending reflected a Greek belief that suffering purified greatness, and that some heroes, though born mortal, earned a place among the divine. Yet even in this triumph there is melancholy. The mortal part of Heracles, the part that loved, struggled and grieved, perished in the fire. His immortality came only after unimaginable pain. Other heroes faced endings shaped not by victory, but by unintended disaster. Achilles, the greatest warrior of his age, was destined for a short life. His mother Thetis warned him that if he sailed to fight in the boring Greek myths for sleep, why it sucked to be a demigod war, he would die young but gain eternal glory. Achilles chose the path of fame. His story, though filled with brilliance, ends abruptly, struck by an arrow guided by Apollo. His body, once the terror of Troy, became a relic for which armies fought. The Greeks mourned him deeply, honouring him with funeral games and heroic rites. His death became a symbol of tragic excellence, greatness extinguished too soon. Theseus met a quieter, but no less sorrowful end. After achieving legendary status, slaying the Minotaur, unifying Attica, protecting Athens, he found his authority slipping in later years. His final days were marked by exile and political tension. He died on the island of Skyros, pushed off a cliff, depending on the version, by a jealous king. For the Athenians, Theseus became a symbol of civic unity. They later retrieved his bones and enshrined them in the heart of the city. His ending reveals something essential about Greek views of leadership. Even the greatest heroes could fall victim to shifting political winds. Perseus, surprisingly, met one of the gentler ends, if one considers fulfilling a prophecy gentle. His death occurred during a sporting event, where an errant discus he threw struck his grandfather Odysseus, killing him instantly. Prophecy fulfilled, destiny complete. While Perseus lived peacefully afterward, the moment illustrates that even heroes blessed by gods could not escape the strange geometry of fate. The Greeks loved this sort of irony. It made the world feel governed by unseen laws, not random chance. Jason's death was far bleaker. After betraying Medea and losing the support of gods and men alike, he lived in obscurity. His ship, the Argo, once the pride of Greece, rotted on the shore. According to some versions, Jason died alone, crushed when a beam from the decaying vessel fell upon him. The symbolism is painfully clear. The hero undone by the very thing that made him great. Greek audiences understood this as a warning about hubris, broken promises, and the way glory fades. The deaths of lesser-known heroes carry similar themes. Bellerophon, once triumphant atop Pegasus, attempted to fly to Olympus, an act of arrogance the gods punished by casting him aside. He lived out his final years wandering alone, blinded and shunned. Atalanta, caught in a divine quarrel, was turned into a lion. Orpheus, mourning Eurydice, was torn apart by Maenads. Even romantic heroes, musicians, and explorers met endings filled with loss or transformation. The Greeks seldom allowed demigods a peaceful retirement. Why were their endings so tragic? Because heroism itself, in Greek thought, was bound to suffering. The Greeks believed that extraordinary individuals lived lives shaped by extraordinary forces. A hero who did not suffer, who did not face tragedy, who did not leave behind a story worth retelling, such a figure would not be remembered. Their myths were not moral fairy tales, but meditations on fate, human limitation, and the cost of greatness. And yet, despite the sorrow in these stories, Greek culture honoured heroes long after their deaths. Heroic tombs became sacred places. Offerings of wine, honey, flowers, and small votive figurines were left at their shrines. Archaeologists have uncovered such sites at Mycenae, Thebes, and other ancient cities. These shrines were not merely memorials. They were places where the living sought protection, guidance, and favour from the spirits of the heroic dead. This tradition of hero cults reveals something profound. The Greeks saw heroes not as tragic failures, but as powerful intermediaries between gods and mortals. Their suffering elevated them. Their deaths made them present in a different way. Some heroes, like Heracles, gained literal immortality. Others gained symbolic immortality, remembered in festivals, poetry, and rituals. Death, for the Greeks, was not a simple ending. It was a transformation. Most mortals entered the shadowy realm of Hades, where shades wandered quietly among asphodel fields. But heroes, especially demigods, could be granted a different fate. Some were said to rest in the Elysian fields, a paradise reserved for the virtuous and the favoured. Others existed as protective spirits for their communities. The idea of a peaceful afterlife was rare in Greek belief, but it existed as a possibility, a soft dream at the edge of myth. And so, as you drift deeper into this final chapter, imagine a demigod at the end of their life. The battlefield is quiet. The sea lies calm against the shore. The palace torches burn low. Or perhaps they lie upon a pyre, or beneath a tree, or on a distant island where no one knows their name. The air is still. The world waits. For the demigod, the struggle is over. The weight of prophecy has lifted. The expectations of gods and mortals alike have faded. And in the stillness of their final breath, they feel, perhaps for the first time, a sense of peace. Not triumph, not glory, peace. A rare thing at last. And whether they rise to Olympus, or descend to Hades, or simply pass into memory, their story lingers, carried in the hush of temple courtyards, the whisper of evening breezes, the soft murmur of ancient poets reciting their names. And now, as we leave them behind, the night grows quiet too, letting their long struggle settle gently into silence. Let us begin not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with colour and precision, scenes so finely woven they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple, Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. Number. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance. Anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished. And in a moment of fatal honesty, she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider, but an oath was an oath. And when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child, Dionysus, was saved only because Zeus sewed him into his own thigh, like a strange botanical graft. He was born later, with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye, an unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology. To conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled for long, demanded the cow as a gift and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin, and no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance: hubris. It wasn't just pride, it was overstepping. Crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low. Not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others, and she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged. In the end, the gods turned her to stone, a weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win, and when they did, it often came with strings attached, like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy, at the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot. It did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled, the world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved, the gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges. It began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge. And they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep, far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died, cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed. They sacrificed. They lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere, not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be immortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked, because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals, they used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes, a golden touch here, a prophecy there, but the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold, and soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was, but not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the Fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew, and in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected? Because the gods explained the world. The storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell, all of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary. A momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate. Sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile. And somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items. Heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here. Smite someone. Send a memo. But no. The gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son Agamemnon went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War, a great honour. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favourable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother. A a difficult position even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra, and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide. Only with divine intervention and a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The house of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales. A bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder, not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus, poor, unfortunate Oedipus, born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes. Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came, their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed. But the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny. But you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself. And their children, Antigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood, and until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma, the sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name, not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Danae, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the stranger seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, aghast, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned and, entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny, but the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting, obliged. Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because a god wanted revenge on someone you reminded them of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in Moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escaped the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one. But there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in the dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was to live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument. Because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. Now, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view, and there, in the moonlight, the women saw him. But they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion. They attacked. His own mother, Agave, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus's crime? He laughed. He doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus, a warrior in the myth of the Seven against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, Princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future, yes. She would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death, and every word fell like dust. Disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier. The weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this. She was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny the skill. So she destroyed the work. And the girl. Because it is not enough to be right. You must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief. It meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty. And to be fair, they often were. But their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful, and that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. The sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena, cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world. To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine. And the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When the last child died, Niobe fled to a mountain top and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behaviour. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods, they feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asebeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asebeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honour the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest. And yet, to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary. And you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honoured the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That, perhaps, is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky, they were memorable. To live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offence, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting most of all to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored. And mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm, all is ordinary, and then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also lairs. Caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters. Not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No, their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations, they just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats, the Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates, the hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineskin. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like hors d'oeuvres. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull. Raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union, imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute, to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers, they were reminders, symbols, warnings perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx, perched outside Thebes, was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travellers passed, tried, failed, died. Until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory, until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters. who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, two more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle, or, in the case of Heracles, just another day's work. Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labour assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath, or more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast, just to hear their song without being lured. A rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside in myth was riddled with hazards, not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces, and so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. They were also warnings about behaviour. Take Medusa. She began, in some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon, snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born, they were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message: offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera, naturally, took offence. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic. not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered, they frightened, they died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, the consequences of divine will, or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them, how to live with knowledge that they might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise, to become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night. And for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves, eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries. Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism. Stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath. And in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algaeus in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labours, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labour. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood, a gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would ensure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason. Handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. He assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married another woman, Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten, killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. Their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offence at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero. Tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera. A man favoured by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus. Not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell. Survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering alone, hated by gods and men alike. Because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture. But there was always a sense of danger about it. A sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax. A giant among men. A warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armour was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated, maddened, Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonoured, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him. Only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory, kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame, it was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was, frankly, rather dismal, grey fields, wandering shades, no wine to speak of, kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea, and after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations, all because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own, and Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a house full of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried, all failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won, they married, and then caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions, forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers, their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades. Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd, a cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests, they prayed for signs, they followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse, cowardice unthinkable, a quiet life almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic. And they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in. Love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a ditch. Because in the world of gods and mortals, love wasn't the soft, rose-petalled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous, a force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale, one of the most beautiful, Pygmalion, a sculptor from Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered, "The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think. But look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman. He created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only to please him. The Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession, dressed in poetry. But far more often, Love in myth wasn't about creation, it was about punishment. Take Narcissus, a young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight, but he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera, while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea, and when he spurned her, she faded, only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice, a poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go, on one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind, but doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother, Phaedra, was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction, or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter, cities burned, heroes died. All for one woman and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love in myth was to gamble. To be loved, even more so, especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber. And Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars. Ursa Major and Minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did, bragged about it, and was struck by lightning, or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Odin romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract, important, yes, sacred even, but passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous, powerful, not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself. He visited her at night, in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why, one might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armour, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did. Because for them, love was a tool, a game, and for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering. It was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell. It was mostly grey. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly. But neither was it comforting. It was bland, unchanging. A sort of cosmic waiting room, where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial, or without the coin, were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Mortals once, but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices. And based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labour, it was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing, these were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable, the ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded. Not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favoured by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward, a land of endless spring, gentle breezes, music, feasts, athletic contests, if you fancied a bit of running after death. The elite of the afterlife, Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure. And if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement plan for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king. A tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate in this telling was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. It was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on, but it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave. Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith. The gods of Olympus lived forever, but mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death? Well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labours, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge, or weep, or rage. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase, he arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued. Just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honoured the dead, and in doing so reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, if they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered. Dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory. Why poets wrote epics. Why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory you would remain. Just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone, dozens of someones. From the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. And all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds. emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere, in every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf. They were always watching. And more troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered, what you said, what you didn't say, whether you were clean, whether you were honest, whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quiet of the woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defence. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Baucis and Philemon, a rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travellers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them, some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely: bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbours' homes to ash, flooded the village. Baucis and Philemon were spared. Their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees, intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honoured. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers, but the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the gods after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better. Safer. And yet, silence too could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette. And the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash, to dress properly, to bring gifts. And above all, to mean it. Because the gods weren't just watching your actions, they were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, it was a posture of being, and mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theatre and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party, it was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honoured for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect, and they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically. A storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night, and once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell? Clearly he'd offended the gods. A city burned? Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward, and so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case. Because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer, and still mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice, not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary. And so long as you honoured them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees, because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy. Not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly agonizing, because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him, a standard reaction in mythology. They pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He ran, fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarrelled with a stranger, the kind of heated, masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed the man. Later he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from the Sphinx, married the queen, and slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. The man he'd killed, his real father, the queen, his mother. The prophecy had come true, not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. It tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Odysseus. So Odysseus, naturally, locked his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice, no design. Just fate, doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi, as one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle, and he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were three ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus. Because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words, they were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapours, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting, and she would answer, but always vaguely. Always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, he will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, Actually, they did enjoy it a little, but prophecy for them was more like theatre, a carefully written script where mortals played their roles, and no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city, so he was abandoned on a hillside, a recurring theme. But of course he survived, grew up, became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. One golden apple, one seduction of Helen, 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned, all because a baby was fated to cause ruin, and because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. It's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap, but the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira, your portion, your lot, something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy, victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife Clytemnestra planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him, no divine whisper, just the slow march of consequences for a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. In a way, the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and, in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened, only after the bodies were counted, the temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices, read omens in bird flight, burned bones and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous, remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods approved, or seemed to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus, for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything, and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on, while his life would be cut short. And he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled. Because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals, they played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And, without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice necessarily. Sometimes from boredom. Sometimes as a warning to others. Sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin then with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's. The Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only two mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife, Pyrrha. Not because they were particularly strong or cunning or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned, and when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them. A riddle, naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia, the earth. As they threw the stones, they transformed into people. The new human race. Stone-born. Hardy. No longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over. But the mortals, they have to rebuild. From nothing. With no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora. The first woman, crafted by Hephaestus. Blessed by the gods with beauty, grace, and curiosity. And gifted a jar. Or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally she did. And from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging. All the things the golden race had never known. Hope fluttered out last. Whether as comfort or cruel joke depends on how you read it. But the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly, sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human. And the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished. Chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offence. And yet mortals kept living, kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance. When her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved, not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below. And so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theatre. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored, and as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell. A king lost his homecoming. A queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice, one golden apple, one compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods, in their way, were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest of men. Driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labours and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story there was no redemption arc. Only blood. Only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know or care what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest? Well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still, they prayed. To Athena for wisdom, to Apollo for healing, to Artemis for safety in childbirth. They sang the hymns, burned the fat, poured the wine. Not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learned to live with endings. Small ones, personal ones, city walls collapsing, loved ones turning to shadows, heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind, that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories, preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had, to name the suffering, to place it in context, to turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, sung, shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight. And that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down. Now settle in, my friend. Let the noise of the day drift away like waves against a forgotten shore, and imagine for a moment that we are sitting beside an ancient hearth, its light flickering across the walls of a cave. Because tonight we're talking about giants, not the jolly friendly kind, but the one-eyed kind, the Cyclopes. Massive, shaggy creatures of legend who once shaped thunderbolts for the gods, frightened sailors in Homer's Odyssey, and left such an impression on the human imagination that, somehow, they still stand there, half seen, half remembered, peering back at us through a single eye. The name Cyclops comes from Greek, kyklos meaning circle, and ops meaning eye. So, quite literally, the circle-eyed ones. There's something unnervingly simple about that, isn't there? You can picture an ancient storyteller shrugging and saying, "Aye, they've got one eye, right in the middle." That'll do. But in those days, such a creature wasn't a silly fantasy. It was part of how people explained the world. Because when your life is surrounded by volcanic mountains, rumbling thunder, and the occasional earthquake, well, you might start imagining enormous beings hammering away beneath the earth, too. In Greek mythology, the Cyclopes were not just monsters for heroes to fight. They were part of the divine order itself. Their stories are tangled through the earliest layers of myth, older even than the Olympians. They stand somewhere between chaos and civilization, between the wild mountain and the city forge, between fear and craft. And that makes them fascinating. There are, confusingly, two kinds of Cyclopes in Greek myth. Hesiod, the ancient poet of theogony, describes the first generation of the elder Cyclopes. These were the children of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. Their names were Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, meaning thunder, lightning, and bright. You can already tell they had rather loud personalities. They were divine craftsmen, the first smiths, and their work would shape the cosmos itself. These Cyclopes forged Zeus's thunderbolt, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. Without them, the gods might have been left rather unarmed, which is a funny thought, really. A pantheon of mighty deities sitting around awkwardly, waiting for a one-eyed blacksmith to finish the job. But the second kind of Cyclopes came later, centuries after Hesiod's time, and they were rather less dignified. These were the shepherd Cyclopes of Homer's Odyssey, most famously Polyphemus, the grumpy giant who kept a herd of sheep, lived in a cave, and had a rather unfortunate encounter with a man named Odysseus. We'll meet him properly later, but for now, it's worth noting how drastically the image changed. In Hesiod, the Cyclopes are divine artisans. In Homer, they're simple brutes, almost caricatures of barbarity, enormous, lawless, and rude. It's as if, over the centuries, Greek storytellers forgot that the Cyclopes were once the builders of thunder, and began to picture them as the opposite of civilization. Big, hairy farmers with terrible manners. But before we get to the blinding and the sheep, let's stay in the older world for a while, the mythic dawn. Hesiod's Cyclopes were imprisoned by their father, Uranus, deep within the earth, because he feared their power. And there they remained until Zeus, rising up against the Titans, freed them to help in his war for control of the cosmos. In gratitude, the Cyclopes forged his lightning bolts, that terrible shining weapon that would forever mark Zeus as king of the sky. It's a lovely bit of mythic logic, really. Thunder and lightning come from the heavens, yes, but perhaps they were forged in the fires of the earth. The Cyclopes, living underground, were the link between sky and soil. They gave the heavens its weapons, and in return they were allowed to exist quietly beneath it all. Now, if you've ever visited Sicily, or read ancient travellers' accounts of it, you'll know that Mount Etna dominates the landscape, a smoking, rumbling volcano that occasionally spits fire into the sky. To the Greeks, this was a perfect explanation, the forge of the Cyclopes. When Etna erupted, it wasn't magma and gas. It was the sparks from divine hammers, striking anvils deep within the mountain. The god Hephaestus, patron of metalwork, was said to have his workshop there, assisted by the Cyclopes themselves. And so myth and geography intertwined beautifully. Nature became story, and story explained nature. No need for seismology when you've got thunder-eyed giants. Even Roman poets, centuries later, couldn't resist this image. Virgil, in his Aeneid, described the Cyclopes at their forge, enormous, sweating, hammering molten metal into weapons. He wrote that their blows echoed like thunder through the caverns of Etna, shaping armour for Mars and chariots for gods. It's vivid, industrial, and strangely familiar. The image of men at work, firelight glowing on their faces, sparks flying. Only these workmen happen to be 20 feet tall and have just the one eye to keep on the job. You can imagine the safety concerns. The Cyclopes, in that older sense, were more than monsters. They were symbols of creation itself, of fire, metal, and power harnessed by human or divine hands. Some scholars think that their single eye might represent the sun, or the focus of the craftsman's vision, or even the round mouth of a volcano. Myth, after all, has a way of blending symbols without worrying too much about consistency. And in the Bronze Age world, when blacksmiths could turn rock into shining bronze, that seemed like the closest thing to magic there was. It's also worth noting that the ancient Greeks had a peculiar relationship with their monsters. They didn't always see them as purely evil. Many were born of divine parents, punished or misunderstood, often tragic. The Cyclopes, for example, were divine craftsmen enslaved, released, and then forgotten. Not villains, but workers in the machinery of creation. If you think of mythology as the poetry of an ancient world trying to explain its own complexity, the Cyclopes were a kind of allegory for human power. Strong, creative, but lacking refinement. A bit like the early stages of civilization itself. Now, while the mythic Cyclopes belong to story, it's possible that something in the real world gave rise to their legend. Across the Mediterranean, in Crete, in Cyprus, in Sicily, archaeologists have found the fossilized skulls of extinct dwarf elephants. These skulls have a large central cavity in the middle of the forehead, where the trunk once attached. To an ancient farmer or shepherd, that hollow might well look like the socket of a single enormous eye. You can almost picture a herdsman stumbling upon such a skull, brushing the dust away and muttering, "Ah, so that's where Polyphemus went." Thus, geology became mythology, and bones became bedtime stories. Even in architecture, the idea of the Cyclopes lingered. The Mycenaean walls of Tiryns and Mycenae were built with stones so massive that later Greeks believed only the Cyclopes could have lifted them. They called it Cyclopean masonry, and you can still visit those walls today. Great rough blocks stacked so high that even modern engineers scratch their heads. It's humbling, really, to think that when the Greeks looked upon the achievements of those who came before them, they simply said, "Ah, yes, must have been giants." Perhaps that's what we do too, in our own way, looking at the wonders of the past and finding something larger than life behind them. And so, before Homer turned them into man-eating shepherds, the Cyclopes were divine artisans, the builders of the gods' greatest weapons, the keepers of fire and forge. They remind us that mythology isn't just about fear, it's also about respect. The Greeks respected craftsmanship deeply. To shape metal from ore was to play a little at being divine. It's no wonder they imagined the masters of that craft as something more than human. So, as you drift now toward sleep, picture them not as monsters lurking in caves, but as patient workers under a mountain. The rhythmic hammering fades into a heartbeat. The sparks rise like fireflies. A single golden eye glows faintly in the dark, watching the world, shaping it, giving it light. And above, far above, the volcano murmurs softly, as if dreaming too. Tomorrow night, we'll step further into their legend, to the island of Polyphemus, to the meeting of man and monster, and to one of the oldest stories ever told about pride, cleverness, and the dangers of underestimating a Greek with a bag of wine. But for now, the forge grows quiet. The Cyclopes rest, their hammers cooling beside them, and the mountain sighs just once before falling into stillness. Now then, let's go back, far back, before kings, before temples, before even the Olympian gods themselves. Back to a time when the universe was a rather crowded family household, and everyone was related in ways that made family dinners deeply uncomfortable. Because tonight, we're meeting the first Cyclopes, the original one-eyed giants, born not of man, but of the very bones of the cosmos. In the beginning, as the poets like to remind everyone, there was chaos, a word that didn't mean mess quite the way it does now. It meant a yawning gap, a void of pure potential. From that emptiness came Gaia, the earth, a being of infinite patience and solid foundation. Then came Uranus, the sky, vast and brilliant, who stretched himself lovingly across her. Together they produced a generation of beings, the Titans, the hundred-handed ones, and the Cyclopes. Now, Gaia and Uranus were not exactly gentle parents. In fact, Uranus turned out to be a bit of a tyrant. He loved Gaia, but he was terrified of their children, especially the Cyclopes, whose blazing single eyes shone like molten suns. And so, one by one, he stuffed them deep into the belly of the earth, imprisoning them in darkness. You can imagine Gaia's reaction. There's disappointment, and then there's my husband just buried our children inside me. Understandably, she wasn't thrilled. The Cyclopes' names, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, meant thunderer, lightning, and bright. They weren't just builders or brutes. They were living elements, personifications of the storm. You could almost say they were the first industrial powerhouses, loud, fiery, and impossible to ignore. But poor Gaia could only feel their strength, rumbling beneath her surface, trapped and miserable. So she began to plot, and as myths tend to go, things escalated quickly. Gaia convinced her Titan son Kronos to rebel against his father. Armed with a sickle of stone, Kronos ambushed Uranus one evening, and, well, let's just say the sky was permanently separated from the Earth after that. It wasn't exactly a delicate operation. When Uranus fell, his blood birthed the Furies and other rather unsettling creatures. But most importantly, the prisons of the Earth loosened. The Cyclopes were finally free. For a while at least. You see, Greek mythology doesn't really do happy endings. It prefers cycles of drama. After overthrowing his father, Kronos promptly proved he wasn't much better. He re-imprisoned the Cyclopes and their many-handed siblings, fearing their strength. He also had that famous habit of swallowing his own children whole, which rather tells you how the family values were going at the time. And so, the Cyclopes waited once more in darkness, until a younger, more ambitious god, Zeus, came to power. When Zeus decided to challenge his father Cronus for the throne of the cosmos, he freed the Cyclopes again. They emerged from their deep prison, grateful and roaring, and as a reward they forged for Zeus his most iconic weapon, the thunderbolt. It was they too who crafted Poseidon's trident and Hades' helm of invisibility. In doing so, they helped secure victory for the Olympians in the Great War against the Titans, the Titanomachy. It's not a stretch to say that without these one-eyed craftsmen, there might never have been a Zeus at all. They were the quiet engineers behind divine destiny. Now, if you're picturing them as blacksmiths in aprons, clanging away cheerfully, you wouldn't be far off, though probably with more sparks and fewer safety measures. In the myths, their forge was often placed deep inside volcanic mountains. Later storytellers, especially the Romans, said they worked beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, helping the god Hephaestus, or Vulcan as they called him, craft divine armour and weapons. When the volcano erupted, ancient people thought it was the Cyclopes at work, stoking their fires and hammering bronze. It's oddly comforting, isn't it, to imagine a natural disaster as simply a day at the office for a few noisy giants. But beyond the noise and the fire, the Cyclopes represent something much deeper. The moment when chaos became craft, when raw nature began to be shaped into order. The Greeks had immense respect for craftsmanship. A good smith wasn't just a tradesman, he was a kind of magician. To take dull stone and shape it into shining metal, that was divine work. And so, the Cyclopes became symbols of creation itself, the transformation of the earth's raw materials into tools of power. You might also notice how the gods rewarded that craft, not with gold or glory, but with gratitude. After all, the Cyclopes didn't sit on thrones or demand temples. They lived in the dark, toiled endlessly, and kept the cosmos running smoothly. There's something oddly humble about that. They're like the engineers of Olympus, unseen, uncelebrated, but absolutely essential. A bit like the people who fix your internet at 2 a.m, except with slightly larger hammers. Of course, myths evolve with the people who tell them. By the time of Homer, centuries later, the image of the Cyclops had changed completely. He no longer lived beneath volcanoes forging lightning bolts. Now he herded sheep and ate sailors. This transformation probably says more about human storytelling than about giants themselves. In the earliest myths, the Cyclopes were divine, forces of nature. By Homer's time, they'd become a cautionary tale about civilization and savagery. They reflected the Greek belief that to live without laws or community, to live as the Cyclopes did, was to be less than human. But that, of course, is a tale for another night. Still, in these earliest stories, the Cyclopes are almost tragic figures. Born from the earth and sky, trapped by fear, freed by rebellion, and finally made servants of the gods. They shaped the very weapons that would keep them in the shadows. It's a pattern that echoes throughout Greek mythology. The creators rarely enjoy the fruits of their creation. Prometheus brings fire to mankind and gets chained to a rock for it. The Cyclopes forge lightning and vanish back into myth. It's almost poetic, if you're into melancholy, volcanic poetry. Now, let's step briefly out of myth and into the ancient imagination. When Greeks looked at mountains like Etna or Lipari, they saw more than geology. They saw breath, smoke rising like the sigh of a buried god. They didn't know about tectonic plates, magma chambers, or pressure buildup. But they did know about sound, the deep rumble that travels through rock before an eruption. To them, that was the hammer of a Cyclops striking iron. A forge, not a fault line. And so, when the earth shook, they whispered prayers to Hephaestus, to Zeus, and perhaps to the nameless one-eyed giants still working below. Interestingly, even the word Cyclopean has survived, not as a myth, but as an architectural term. In places like Mycenae and Tiryns, the Greeks found enormous walls built by their ancestors, using stones so massive they couldn't imagine mere mortals lifting them. Naturally, they decided that the Cyclopes must have built them. And so, Cyclopean masonry became a term for any wall too big to make sense. You can still stand before those stones today, sun-baked and ancient, and see exactly why the myth persisted. They feel inhumanly strong. Exactly the sort of thing a one-eyed giant might have built on his day off. And perhaps that's the lasting charm of the Cyclopes. They sit right between divine mystery and human craft. Not gods, not quite monsters. Just something larger than life, hammering away at the edge of understanding. They remind us that the world itself was once thought alive, filled with voices and fire, and the echo of unseen workers beneath our feet. So, as you close your eyes tonight, picture that first generation again. The earth and sky embracing, the thunder rolling, and somewhere in the dark, 3 great figures waking, each with a single shining eye. They stretch, pick up their hammers, and begin to build a world. A world of lightning, stone, and story. Tomorrow night, we'll leave their forges behind and climb into the myths of men, to the land where Odysseus meets the Cyclops, not of thunder, but of appetite. A tale of cleverness, wine, and a very unfortunate eye injury. But for now, let the hammers quiet. Let the mountain sleep. And may your dreams be peaceful, and, hopefully, involve fewer anvils. Now close your eyes and imagine this. Far below the surface of the world, in a place where the air shimmers with heat and stone, glows like dying embers, a hammer strikes metal. The sound rolls like thunder. Sparks leap into the dark. And there, in the heart of the earth, stand the Cyclopes, the blacksmiths of the gods. It's quite an image, isn't it? 3 one-eyed giants, their skin streaked with soot, their enormous hands shaping the weapons of heaven. In Greek myth, few figures hold such a strange balance of dread and respect. They're not beautiful like Apollo, not wise like Athena, and certainly not graceful. But without them, the great drama of Olympus would be utterly toothless, quite literally unarmed. They were the divine engineers of thunder and flame. When Zeus overthrew the Titans, he didn't do it with charm or diplomacy. He did it with lightning. And that lightning, those iconic thunderbolts that crack across the sky, were the handiwork of the Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, the sons of Gaia and Uranus. You might say they were the first union workers in the cosmos, forging the tools of authority while rarely getting a mention in the credits. To the Greeks, the forge was sacred. It was transformation. Base ore turned to shining bronze, chaos into order, fire into art. And no one embodied that more than the Cyclopes. In myth, their workshop was deep within Mount Etna, the great volcano of Sicily. When its slopes trembled and glowed, the ancients didn't speak of magma or tectonic pressure. They said the Cyclopes were hard at work, shaping the next gift for Zeus or Poseidon. Each eruption, they thought, was the exhale of a hammer stroke. It's a lovely thought in its way, turning terror into meaning. Because if you lived near Etna and saw the earth vomiting fire, you'd probably want an explanation too. And the giants are making lightning is a rather poetic one. Less terrifying than the gods are angry, and far more satisfying than plate movement and geothermal vents. Of course, the Cyclopes weren't working alone forever. They had a boss, the god Hephaestus, master of metallurgy and divine craftsmanship. Hephaestus himself was something of an outsider on Olympus. Lame, awkward, more comfortable with anvils than parties. So, naturally, he got along splendidly with his one-eyed assistants. Together, they forged the armour of heroes and the weapon of gods. When Achilles received his shield in Homer's Iliad, it was said to have been made by Hephaestus with the Cyclopes' help. A shield so beautifully detailed that it contained the entire world, the sea, the sky, the cities of men, even fields where oxen ploughed. It was a work of art, not just warfare. A perfect symbol of creation born from destruction. The Romans loved this image too. Virgil, in the Aeneid, describes the forge of Etna with almost cinematic vividness. Flames bursting, anvils ringing, the air thick with the sound of labour. He names the Cyclopes Pyracmon, Steropes, and Brontes. Yes, they reused the names quite freely, and describes them crafting armour for Mars, the god of war. It's one of these scenes you can almost hear. A slow, rhythmic clang echoing through stone halls, the hiss of metal cooling in water. If ever there was a bedtime soundtrack for ancient mythology, that would be it. But the Cyclopes weren't merely artisans of weapons. They were creators of symbols. Each tool they forged carried meaning. Zeus's thunderbolt represented authority and divine judgment, the power to destroy or purify. Poseidon's trident symbolized mastery over the seas, and by extension, the unpredictable emotions of mankind. Hades' helm of invisibility was less flashy, but just as potent. The unseen power of the underworld. In myth, the Cyclopes didn't just make tools. They defined the very symbols by which gods ruled. That's not bad for a few one-eyed fellows who rarely got invited to Olympus banquets. You might wonder why the Greeks, of all people, gave such reverence to smiths and craftsmen. After all, theirs was a culture obsessed with beauty, poetry, and philosophy. But to them, making things was divine work. It turned the chaos of nature into something controlled, something purposeful. In a sense, The Cyclopes were the ultimate expression of techne, that sacred art of making. Every hammer stroke was an act of order in a wild world. They may have been terrifying to look at, but their purpose was deeply civilized. It's also worth noting that these myths were born during the Bronze Age, when metallurgy itself was seen as almost magical. Ordinary people couldn't understand how a lump of dull rock could become a gleaming sword. It required secret knowledge, fire, air, and the right kind of stone. So it made perfect sense to imagine divine beings doing that kind of work. In a world without factories or electricity, the blacksmith's forge must have looked like the heart of creation itself, glowing, hissing, alive. Perhaps that's why so many ancient cultures, from the Celts to the Egyptians, had gods of the forge. The Greeks just happened to make theirs cyclopean. Now, it's not all sparks and thunderbolts. In later myths, the Cyclopes met rather grim fates. According to one story, Zeus's favourite Cyclops, Argus, was slain by Apollo. Apparently, Zeus had used one of their thunderbolts to strike down Apollo's mortal son, Asclepius. And Apollo, furious with grief, took revenge on the forger rather than the wielder. It's one of those moments that remind you the Greek gods were terribly dramatic employers. Imagine spending eternity making weapons for someone, only to be struck down for doing your job too well. Still, the image of the Cyclopes persisted. They remained, in the collective imagination, as the heartbeat of divine industry, eternal workers in an endless forge. And there's something quietly noble about that. While gods bickered and heroes boasted, the Cyclopes just kept working. Their world was rhythm and fire, creation through persistence. And perhaps that's the moral hidden inside the myth, that endurance, not beauty or power, keeps the world running. Even ancient philosophers found meaning in them. Some saw the Cyclopes as symbols of unity, one eye representing one vision, one focus, one truth. Others thought their single eye was a metaphor for enlightenment, an all-seeing mind gazing into the heart of things. A bit of poetic overthinking, perhaps, but rather flattering for a race of volcanic blacksmiths. Then again, Greek myth always layered meaning like that. Each story a blend of wonder, wisdom, and the occasional terrible decision. If you listen closely, you can almost hear their forge now. The distant clang beneath the earth. The hiss of steam rising from deep stone cracks. Even in the modern world, Etna still smokes, still roars from time to time, as if reminding us that the Cyclopes haven't entirely gone away. Perhaps they're simply waiting, sleeping in the mountain's heart until the gods need them again. So, as you drift towards sleep, picture them there, massive, patient, and focused. One eye glowing like a coal, one hand gripping the hammer, the other steadying a half-formed weapon on the anvil. They strike once. The mountain trembles. The sea shivers. And somewhere above, a thundercloud gathers, the whisper of their handiwork reaching the sky. Tomorrow night, we'll leave the forge behind and climb back into the sunlight to meet the second kind of Cyclopes, the ones who traded anvils for sheep and craftsmanship for chaos. A simpler life, you might think, though not one without its dangers. For now, let the sound of their hammers fade into your dreams. The fire softens to a glow, and the blacksmiths of the gods, satisfied with their work, rest at last. Let's open our eyes just a little to the earliest dawn of myth. where the world itself was still trying to decide who was in charge. Because before Zeus, before the Olympians, there was another king of the sky, and his name was Uranus, a god so vast that he was the sky, the first ruler of the heavens, husband of the earth, and, as it happens, father to a few children he'd rather not invite to family gatherings. You see, Uranus and Gaia, the earth, had quite a prolific relationship. Together they produced the Titans, a mighty generation of gods, and then came the others, the 100-handed ones, who had 50 heads and 100 arms each, which sounds like a logistical nightmare. And of course, the Cyclopes, our one-eyed giants. You might imagine Uranus taking one look at them and thinking, nope, absolutely not. And so, in one of mythology's earliest acts of bad parenting, Uranus decided to imprison his children. He shoved the Cyclopes and their many-handed brothers deep into the belly of the earth, which awkwardly also meant into Gaia herself. Now, Gaia was patient, but she was not a doormat. The constant pressure, the rumbling beneath her surface, the cries of her buried children, it all grew unbearable. And so, as the story goes, the earth herself began to plot revenge. This is the beginning of what we might call the first divine rebellion. Gaia, furious with Uranus, fashioned a great sickle made of unbreakable stone and whispered her plan to her Titan sons. Most of them hesitated. It's not every day your mother asks you to overthrow your father, after all. But one, Cronus, stepped forward. He agreed to take the weapon, lie in wait, and ambush Uranus as he descended to embrace the earth. The rest, as they say, is mythological history, quite messy, and not suitable for mealtime discussion. But suffice it to say, Uranus lost his throne, and several other things besides. With that violent act, the rule of the Titans began, and for a moment the world must have seemed quieter. Gaia's imprisoned children, the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, were finally freed. They stretched their vast limbs, their single eyes blinking at the light, and the earth breathed easier. For a while, balance returned. But Greek mythology never allows peace for too long. Cronus, having seized power, quickly began to resemble the very tyrant he'd overthrown. He was strong, cunning, and paranoid, always afraid that his own children might one day rise against him. So he swallowed each one as they were born: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. One by one, into the belly of their father they went, which seems to have been something of a family tradition by that point. It's almost comical in a dark way. These are gods, after all, yet they behave like contestants in some cosmic farce. And in all of this, the poor Cyclopes found themselves once again in chains. Cronus, fearing their power and remembering what had happened to his father, decided to lock them back up, this time in Tartarus, the abyss beneath the underworld. For creatures whose whole identity revolved around forging light, thunder, and brilliance, it must have been a cruel fate. Endless darkness, with no metal, no flame, and no purpose. It's a wonder they didn't go on strike. But myths, like storms, move in cycles. Eventually, a child of Cronus, Zeus, escaped his father's appetite. Hidden away by his mother, Rhea, Zeus grew up far from the watchful eyes of the Titans. When he reached adulthood, he returned to challenge his father and free his siblings. And when the great war of gods and Titans began, the Titanomachy, Zeus knew exactly who he needed on his side: the one-eyed blacksmiths of legend, still locked away in Tartarus. So, down into the abyss he went, with his mighty lightning still only a dream. He broke their chains, called them brothers, and asked for their help. The Cyclopes, grateful and eager to stretch their arms again, agreed, and there, in the deepest pits of the earth, they built a forge that shook the world. From its fires came 3 weapons that would decide the fate of the universe. For Zeus, the Cyclopes forged the thunderbolt, brilliant, blinding, and unstoppable. For Poseidon, they made the trident, a 3-pronged spear that could stir the oceans and split the earth. And for Hades, they crafted the helm of invisibility, silent and cold as shadow. Together these gifts tipped the balance of the war. With each clash of thunder, the Titans fell, until at last Zeus and his siblings stood victorious. It's rather poetic, isn't it? The very beings once buried by the heavens now became the instruments of its new ruler, the children of earth and sky, shaping the tools that would bring order to both. And in their way the Cyclopes helped end an era of chaos. You might almost call them divine revolutionaries, though with better work ethic and fewer speeches. After the war, Zeus rewarded them handsomely, or as handsomely as immortals could manage. He gave them their forge, deep beneath Mount Etna, and the freedom to create forever. There, the rumble of their work became the heartbeat of the earth. And whenever mortals heard thunder, they said, "Ah, Zeus is at it again," never realizing that the real artist behind the storm was still labouring in the dark below. It's a strangely humbling myth. Uranus, the Sky Father, had tried to bury his children out of fear, yet it was their very strength that built the new order of the gods. Even divine paranoia couldn't silence creation. And perhaps that's the deeper message tucked away beneath the thunder. That power, when hoarded, decays, but when shared, it transforms. In freeing the Cyclopes, Zeus didn't just gain soldiers. He gained the very spark of invention itself, the fire of progress that still shapes the myths of mankind. Now scholars, ever practical, have offered their own interpretations of these myths. Some say the story of Uranus and Gaia reflects an early human understanding of nature's balance, the sky fertilizing the earth rebelling when pressed too hard. Others see it as a political allegory, a tale about tyranny, rebellion, and the inevitable rise of new orders. And of course, there are those who think the Cyclopes represent the first artisans, the blacksmiths whose forges seem to glow like miniature suns. Perhaps, they say, the wrath of the Sky Father was nothing more than thunder echoing off bronze. But honestly, I rather prefer the giant with a hammer version. It's more dramatic. And so, when we speak of the wrath of Uranus, of the ancient sky god who feared his own children, we're really talking about the birth of change. The universe, in myth, grows through conflict. Old powers give way to new. The Cyclopes, once outcasts, become the engineers of destiny. And somewhere between those clashes of light and darkness, the world, as the Greeks knew it, begins to take shape. So as you close your eyes tonight, imagine the forge cooling after battle. The Cyclopes sitting in silence, one polishing the edge of a trident, another gently cradling a finished thunderbolt. The air still trembles with heat, but for the first time in ages, there's peace. Not the peace of stillness, but the peace of completion. Above them, the sky stretches wide and calm. No longer a tyrant, but a canvas. And if, by chance, you hear thunder in the distance, don't worry. It's only the sound of old gods turning in their sleep. Tonight, we leave the forges of the gods behind. The sparks fade, the anvils cool, and we step into another age, one where myths drift closer to men. The world has changed. Zeus now reigns on Olympus. The old wars are over, and the gods, though still meddlesome, spend more time watching mortals from afar. And it's in this quieter age that we meet a different kind of Cyclops. Not a divine smith, but a simple shepherd minding his flock, living in a cave by the sea. His name, of course, is Polyphemus. If you've heard of him before, it's likely through Homer's Odyssey, that grand old tale of a man trying, and failing repeatedly, to get home after the Trojan War. It's a story full of storms, sirens, and very poor navigation choices. But among all the dangers Odysseus faced, from enchantresses to sea monsters, few are as memorable as his encounter with the one-eyed giant of the island of the Cyclopes. Now, it's important to understand something right away. Homer's Cyclopes are not the same as the divine craftsmen of old. By the time the Odyssey was written, around the 8th century BCE, myths had shifted with culture. The Greeks had moved from rural tribes to seafaring city-states. They prized order, community, and laws, what they called nomos. And so, when Homer describes the Cyclopes, he paints them as the opposite of civilization itself. They are not lawgivers, they are not craftsmen, they have no cities, no councils, no ships, no agriculture. They live alone in caves, tending flocks, each one a law unto himself. To the Greeks, this was barbarism, an existence without reason or progress. To us, it sounds almost like a quiet countryside retreat. In Book 9 of the Odyssey, Odysseus and his men find themselves drifting to the land of the Cyclopes. The poet describes it beautifully, a wild and fertile place, untouched by human hands. The soil is rich, the grass thick, and the coastline dotted with caves. The Cyclopes live scattered across it, each in his own dwelling, neither visiting nor trading with neighbours. It's an eerie picture, a land full of abundance but devoid of society. And when Odysseus lands there, curiosity gets the better of him. He decides to pay a visit to one of these mysterious beings. Because, as we all know, in Greek myth, curiosity almost always ends terribly. He chooses the cave of Polyphemus, son of the sea god Poseidon. Now, one might think it unwise to barge into the home of a giant, but Odysseus was not known for restraints. He and his men enter the cave while the Cyclops is away, helping themselves to his cheese and admiring his livestock. When Polyphemus returns, however, the mood shifts from curiosity to panic rather quickly. He blocks the entrance with a boulder the size of a small house and eyes the intruders suspiciously. "Who are you?" he demands. Odysseus, ever the diplomat, replies that they are travellers seeking hospitality, a sacred custom in Greek culture known as xenia, the bond between host and guest. But Polyphemus, as Homer reminds us, knows nothing of such civilized niceties. Instead of offering bread and wine, he picks up two sailors and, well, eats them. It's not exactly ideal hosting. What follows is one of the most famous sequences in all of Greek literature, a mixture of terror, wit, and dark humour that shows why Homer's storytelling still works 3,000 years later. Trapped in the cave, Odysseus has to rely not on strength, but on cunning. He waits until Polyphemus falls asleep, then devises a plan. First, he offers the giant wine, strong, undiluted Greek wine, the kind that could put a satyr to bed. Polyphemus, unaccustomed to alcohol, gulps it down and grows rather chatty. When he asks Odysseus his name, the clever Greek replies, "My name is Nobody." It's a small moment, but it will prove brilliant later. When the Cyclops finally collapses in a drunken slumber, Odysseus and his men take a sharpened wooden stake, heat it in the fire, and drive it into Polyphemus's single eye. It's brutal, yes, but somehow Homer manages to describe it with the calm rhythm of a blacksmith's forge. The hissing of the burning wood, the sizzle of flesh, the roar that follows. Polyphemus howls in agony, tearing the stake free, and the other Cyclopes come running. "What's wrong, Polyphemus?" they shout through the rock. And he, blinded and enraged, answers, "Nobody is hurting me." So, of course, they leave him alone. It's a cruel bit of wordplay, but you can almost hear Homer's grin through the centuries. The next morning, as Polyphemus rolls the stone aside to let his sheep out, Odysseus and his men cling to the undersides of the animals, slipping past unseen. It's a simple trick, but one that works. Proof that in Homer's world, wit is mightier than muscle. Once they reach the shore, they sail away in silence, until Odysseus, unable to resist one final flourish, shouts back his real name. Polyphemus, in his fury, hurls enormous rocks into the sea, barely missing their ship. Then he lifts his hands and calls upon his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus' journey. It's a curse that will echo across the entire poem, ensuring that the clever Greek's road home is long, painful, and marked by divine vengeance. And so, with one act of pride, Odysseus turns a victory into a tragedy, something the Greeks were rather good at doing. In blinding Polyphemus, he wins the battle of wits. In boasting about it, he loses the favour of the gods. It's a neat moral lesson, tucked between the sheep and the shouting. Even heroes can talk themselves into trouble. Now, beyond the drama, there's something fascinating about what Homer does with the Cyclops myth here. He transforms them from divine smiths into symbols of what happens when civilization is absent. Polyphemus has no city, no trade, no laws, no sense of community. He lives alone, self-sufficient but empty. For the Greeks, who valued polis life, debate and order, that was the ultimate horror. To live without society was to live like a beast. And so, Polyphemus became a kind of mirror, a monstrous reflection of what humans might be without culture. It's also worth noting that Homer's Cyclopes aren't evil in the usual sense. They're simply indifferent. Polyphemus isn't malicious. He's ignorant of human ways. He follows instinct, not morality. He's not so much cruel as colossal, like a storm or a mountain. And that's perhaps why the story lingers. It's less about monsters and more about humanity facing the raw, indifferent power of nature and surviving through cleverness. Later writers, like Virgil and Ovid, would revisit the tale with sympathy for the Cyclops. In their versions, Polyphemus isn't just a man-eating brute. He's a lonely creature who falls in love with the sea nymph Galatea, only to have his heart broken. Even monsters, it seems, are allowed a little tragedy. But that too tells you something about myth. It evolves with the storyteller. In Homer's time, the Cyclops was a warning about lawlessness. In later centuries, he became a figure of pathos, proof that even giants could be misunderstood. And perhaps that's why the story of Polyphemus endures. Because somewhere between the cave and the sea, between savagery and civilization, there's something recognizably human, a need for connection. a longing for recognition. Even the one-eyed giant, roaring in pain, calls out not to be alone. So tonight, as the waves whisper outside your window, picture that dark island under the moon, sheep bleating softly, the sea gently lapping at the rocks. In a cave on the hill, a giant sits in silence, his single eye now just an empty shadow. He listens for the sound of oars far away, and perhaps wonders if his world was really so simple after all. And with that, the island fades, the sea calms, and Odysseus, ever restless, sails on into the next dream. Odysseus, that famously clever wanderer, is about to prove that intelligence can get you both into and out of trouble, often at the same time. Because this chapter is not just about survival, it's about pride, consequence, and the fine art of keeping one's mouth shut, something our dear Odysseus never quite mastered. To set the scene properly, imagine it. A vast cavern lit by a dim fire, walls lined with heavy racks of cheese, and the floor littered with straw. At the entrance, a boulder the size of a small hill seals the opening. Outside, you can hear the sea, that soft rhythmic hush that sounds almost like breathing. And there, towering over a trembling group of Greek sailors, stands Polyphemus, the one-eyed son of Poseidon, a being both magnificent and horrifying. His single eye gleams like a polished shield in the firelight, and when he speaks, the sound rolls through the cave like distant thunder. Odysseus, ever the opportunist, had come seeking hospitality, the sacred Greek tradition of Xenia. But Polyphemus, as Homer makes clear, is no friend of custom or law. He has no need for gifts, no temples, no god save his father the sea. He simply takes what he wants. And on this particular evening, what he wants is dinner. Unfortunately, that dinner happens to include two of Odysseus's crewmen. Now most men would panic at such a moment, but Odysseus was not most men. He was, as the ancients like to say, polytropos, of many turns, a mind that could twist its way out of any snare. So, as Polyphemus chews thoughtfully on his guests, Odysseus begins to plan. He can't fight the giant. The man could lift a ship's mast like a twig. He can't run. The cave is sealed. So he does what Greeks have done best for centuries. He talks. With a bow and a charming smile, or whatever passes for charm under the circumstances, he offers Polyphemus wine, rich, dark, and dangerously strong. The Cyclops, who has never tasted anything so fine, downs cup after cup. His speech grows slurred, his laughter fills the cave, and at last he looks down at the tiny stranger and asks his name. And here comes one of those clever little twists that make the Odyssey so satisfying. Odysseus replies, "My name is Nobody." It's not the most heroic alias in history, but it will do. Polyphemus grins, or perhaps just drools, and promises to eat Nobody last, as a gesture of gratitude. A terrible deal, really, but Odysseus isn't expecting him to remember it. When the giant finally collapses into sleep, the Greeks spring into action. They find a massive olive wood stake, thick as a tree trunk, and sharpen one end to a cruel point. Then they heat it in the fire until it glows red. It's a terrifying image. 6 men standing around the sleeping form of a monster, the flames dancing over their faces. Homer describes the moment with eerie precision. The hiss as the wood drives into the eye, the sizzle like iron plunged into water, and the roar that follows, shaking the very walls of the cave. Polyphemus thrashes, screaming, tearing at the stake. The smell of smoke and blood fills the air. The sailors scramble for cover as the Cyclops gropes blindly around the chamber, bellowing for help. Outside, the other Cyclopes come running, calling to him through the rock. "What's the matter, Polyphemus?" they shout. "Who's hurting you?" And from within the cave, he howls back, Nobody is hurting me." So, of course, they leave him alone. You can almost hear Homer's chuckle echoing through the centuries. The joke is as old as language itself, and still works beautifully. By morning the cave is silent, except for the sound of sheep bleating. Polyphemus, blinded and miserable, pushes aside the stone to let his flock out to graze. But Odysseus, not yet done with cleverness, ties his men beneath the woolly bellies of the animals. When the Cyclops reaches down to feel for intruders, he touches only soft fleece. The Greeks slip past unnoticed, holding their breath, until at last they reach the shore. There, beside their ship, Odysseus should have left quietly. He could have sailed away unpunished, unpursued, a hero of pure cunning. But pride always finds a way. As the wind filled his sails, he couldn't resist calling out. "Polyphemus," he shouted across the waves, "if anyone asks who blinded you, tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, from Ithaca." You can almost imagine his crew groaning in disbelief, because with that one boast, everything changes. Polyphemus, staggering to the cliff's edge, lifts his hands to the sky. He calls upon his father, Poseidon, god of the sea, to avenge him. "Grant that Odysseus may never reach his home," he cries, "or if fate decrees he must, let him come late, in pain, with all his companions lost." It's a chilling curse. And of course it works. The rest of Odysseus' journey will unfold beneath its shadow. Storms, shipwrecks, temptations and loss. All because he couldn't resist saying his own name. And that's the heart of this story. The balance between cleverness and hubris. Odysseus wins by wit, but loses by ego. He's a reminder that even the sharpest mind can be undone by pride. The Greeks called it hybris, the dangerous arrogance that offends the gods. And Homer, ever the poet of human folly, gives us here the perfect illustration. A hero smart enough to trick a giant, and foolish enough to tell him about it. But let's not forget the Cyclops himself. In Homer's telling, Polyphemus is monstrous, yes, but also strangely human. He has a father, a home, and a quiet life before this intrusion. He tends his sheep. He sings to them, badly perhaps, but sincerely. He even follows his own kind of order, simple though it may be. In some ways, he's as much a victim as Odysseus, a creature living peacefully until a stranger arrived, lied to him, blinded him, and mocked him on his way out. It's a different sort of tragedy when you see it that way. Later poets certainly thought so. In Roman myth, Ovid and Virgil softened the Cyclops image. Their Polyphemus is lonely rather than savage, hopelessly in love with the sea nymph Galatea, who doesn't quite return the affection. He sits on the rocks, gazing at the sea, singing clumsy songs of love. It's a rather touching picture. The once terrifying giant turned into a symbol of unrequited affection. It shows, I think, that even monsters evolve with the cultures that tell their stories. What begins as terror can end as tenderness. Still, Homer's version endures because it captures something essential about the human condition, the tension between intelligence and restraint. We admire Odysseus for his wit, yet we wince at his vanity. We fear Polyphemus, yet we pity him too. And between them lies the eternal question: what does it really mean to be civilized? Is it cleverness, compassion, or simply the ability to stop talking when you've already won? So, as the scene fades, the sea calm, the cave silent, we're left with two figures, a clever man and a wounded giant, both victims of their own nature, both shaped by pride and pain. The island grows smaller as the ship sails away, and the last sound we hear is the slow crash of waves against the rocks, Poseidon stirring. Perhaps there's a lesson in that sound, that even the greatest triumphs can carry their own curses, that silence sometimes is the wisest victory, and that somewhere, deep within us all, there's a little of both Odysseus and Polyphemus, clever and clumsy, brave and blind. So tonight, let the sea lull you to rest. Imagine the waves as whispers from the ancient world, retelling the tale in endless rhythm. And if you dream of thunder on the horizon, it's only the echo of a god listening to his son's cry, still rippling through eternity. There's a moment after the noise of Odysseus and Polyphemus fades, when the mind begins to wonder, where did all this come from? Who first imagined a one-eyed giant living in a cave? Was it merely the spark of a poet's fancy, or something deeper? Perhaps even something real? Because behind every myth, there's often a faint outline of truth, like an ancient painting fading under layers of dust. And tonight, we'll brush that dust away gently to glimpse what might lie beneath the legend of the Cyclopes. Let's begin with the simplest possibility. The ancient Greeks didn't entirely make them up. Or rather, they didn't have to. All across the Mediterranean, from Crete to Sicily, from Cyprus to the Greek mainland, strange bones began to appear. Great skulls, bleached by the sun, embedded in rock, with gaping holes in the centre of the forehead. To us, they're recognisable at once. The fossilised remains of prehistoric elephants and mammoths. But to a shepherd or fisherman thousands of years ago, they must have been astonishing. A human-like skull, but far too large, with what appeared to be a single eye socket staring out from the centre. And so, perhaps, the first Cyclops wasn't born in a poem, but unearthed from the earth itself. You can almost imagine the scene. A farmer on a hillside, digging into soft limestone, uncovering the curved tusks, the vast jaw, and that mysterious hollow. He runs to his neighbours shouting, "A giant! A monster from before the gods!" And just like that, myth takes its first breath. Fossils, after all, were the storytelling stones of the ancient world, strange remnants that begged for explanation. And the Greeks, being a deeply imaginative people, never left a mystery unexplained for long. To them, those bones were proof that giants once walked the earth, the Cyclopes, the Titans, the heroes of a vanished age. But there's another, subtler kind of truth hidden in these stories. A cultural one. Myth, in its own way, acts like a mirror, reflecting not what people saw, but what they feared and valued. The Cyclopes of Homer's Odyssey weren't just monsters for the sake of entertainment. They represented everything the Greeks considered uncivilized. No cities, no laws, no agriculture, no government, just raw, solitary existence. To the ancient mind, this was almost unthinkable. They saw themselves as the inventors of order, of democracy, art, and architecture. And so, when they imagined the opposite of all that, they imagined the Cyclopes. You could say that Polyphemus wasn't merely a giant with one eye. He was a metaphor, a reflection of the Greek fear of chaos, of life without structure, the kind of existence that belongs to beasts, not men, and that perhaps is why Odysseus's victory over him mattered so deeply. It wasn't just cleverness triumphing over strength. It was civilization triumphing over savagery. Each time the story was told, it reaffirmed the Greek belief that order was fragile but precious, that even in the face of monstrous power, wit and reason could prevail. Now, as centuries passed, the Cyclops evolved, shifting shape as all myths do. The blacksmith Cyclops of Hesiod, those mighty forgers who gave Zeus his thunderbolt, represented creativity, divine skill, and progress. But Homer's shepherd Cyclops symbolized something entirely different: isolation, ignorance, and brutality. Two sides of the same mythic coin, one creative, one destructive, each reflecting humanity's complicated relationship with its own power. And if you think about it, that's rather timeless, isn't it? The same hands that build can destroy. The same fire that warms can burn. Perhaps that's what the ancients sensed in the Cyclops. The double-edged nature of strength. The forge and the fist, the craftsman and the beast. The Romans, as usual, added their own spin. Writers like Virgil and Ovid turned the Cyclops into something more tragic. Lonely figures labouring under volcanoes or singing mournfully by the sea. Their Polyphemus, for instance, became a lovesick creature, hopelessly enamoured with the sea nymph Galatea, who preferred a mortal man instead. In his jealousy, the Cyclops crushed his rival beneath a rock. But in Roman hands, even that act wasn't framed as evil so much as clumsy heartbreak. It's as if humanity was learning to see its monsters as flawed souls rather than faceless terrors. And perhaps that's why the Cyclops remains so memorable. Because unlike many mythical beasts, he isn't entirely other. He speaks, he herds sheep, he drinks wine. He even dreams of companionship, in his own rough way. He's a creature of edges, half man, half myth. A reminder that monstrosity isn't always found in shape or size, but in isolation, ignorance, or pride. It's tempting, too, to see in these myths echoes of real encounters. The Greeks were great travellers, sailors who ventured across seas and met foreign peoples whose customs differed wildly from their own. To them, those who lived without Greek language or law were called barbaroi, barbarians, the people whose speech sounded like nonsense. And so, when they told stories of the Cyclops, they might also have been talking about those distant, unfamiliar tribes, strange shepherds in the hills, who lived apart, who didn't share bread or ritual, and who seemed, to Greek eyes, half human, half wild. But there's another layer still, quieter and more psychological. In every generation, the Cyclops can represent the part of us that sees the world through a single lens. One eye, one perspective. He lacks depth, literally and metaphorically. He cannot see as we do. He can only look straight ahead. Perhaps that's why he's always tricked by cunning and misdirection. He doesn't lack strength, but insight. He's powerful, but blind. Not just physically, but philosophically. And that, I think, is why the myth endures. Because it's never really about a monster at all, but about the limits of vision, our own included. It's fascinating, too, how the Cyclops has lingered in our imagination long after the ancient poets fell silent. Artists in the Renaissance painted him as both terrifying and pitiful, a figure of brute emotion. Romantic poets like Alfred, Lord Tennyson and Shelley saw in him the raw, unrefined energy of nature itself. Beautiful, dangerous, and unthinking. Even in modern fantasy, echoes of the Cyclops appear. In the lumbering giants of fairy tales, the misunderstood beasts of literature, and the villains who see the world only one way. He's not gone. He's evolved. And yet, behind all those layers of interpretation, fossil, metaphor, moral, and art, there's still something ancient and elemental about him. The Cyclops is the roar in the mountain, the spark in the forge, the storm rolling across the sea. He's the reminder that nature is older, larger, and wilder than we are, but also that we share something with it. A single eye of awareness, blinking open, trying to make sense of the light. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, picture that image. A quiet island under the stars. A cave that once echoed with thunderous voices now sits empty, filled only with the sound of wind. The sea laps gently at the shore, washing away footprints too large to be human. And somewhere far below, in the deep heart of the earth, the Cyclopes of old still hammer faintly, shaping the fire that lives in every story we tell. Because the real monsters beneath the myth were never beasts at all. They were reflections, shadows of ourselves, cast on the cave wall of imagination. And now the forge grows quiet. The sea softens to a whisper, and the giants, both real and imagined, fade peacefully into dreams. There's something rather charming about the way myths refuse to stay still. They wander like old travellers, changing their clothes with every age they pass through. And few have wandered so far, or lasted so long, as the Cyclopes. Once divine blacksmiths of thunder, then lonely shepherds on forgotten islands, they would go on to become symbols, curiosities, even tragic heroes in the centuries that followed. Tonight, we'll follow their trail through time, from the poets of Rome to the brushstrokes of Renaissance painters, and see how these one-eyed giants became part of the great, shifting tapestry of Western imagination. Let's begin where we last left them, in the Roman world. The Romans adored Greek stories, but could never resist rewriting them with their own flair. To them, the Cyclops wasn't just a monster or craftsman. He was a reflection of raw, untamed emotion. The Roman poet Virgil, in his epic Aeneid, gives us a striking image of them, not as barbaric shepherds, but as industrious smiths still working under the fiery belly of Mount Etna. He describes them with almost military precision, hammering molten metal, sparks flying, the ground trembling with every blow. It's a vision of disciplined chaos, power contained, but always threatening to break free. And there's something profoundly Roman about that, order maintained through strength. A little later, the poet Ovid takes the Cyclops in a different direction entirely. In his Metamorphoses, he tells of Polyphemus again, but not the man-eater of Homer. Instead, we meet a lovesick giant, clumsy and tender, pining for the sea nymph Galatea. Gone is the monstrous brute of the Odyssey. Here stands a lonely soul, sitting on the cliffs, singing awkward songs about love, while his sheep bleat around him in sympathy. He even tries to make himself seem appealing, boasting that his cave is spacious, his cheese abundant, and his flocks impressively fluffy. It's the sort of romantic pitch that might have worked. Had Galatea not been already in love with someone else, a mortal named Acis? When Polyphemus discovers this, jealousy overwhelms him. In a fit of rage, he hurls a boulder that crushes poor Acis, who is mercifully transformed by the gods into a river. It's a tragic story, but Ovid tells it with such lyrical beauty that even the Cyclops seems less villain than victim. A creature undone not by cruelty but by longing. And that perhaps was the beginning of the Cyclops' transformation from monster to metaphor. As the centuries rolled on, artists and philosophers began to see in him something recognisably human: loneliness, strength, and the desire to be understood. Even the single eye took on new meanings. No longer a deformity, it became a symbol of focus, of unity, or, depending on the thinker, of limited perception. To medieval scholars, the Cyclops was a moral allegory, a creature with one eye fixed on earthly matters, blind to the divine. To Renaissance humanists, he became a symbol of unshaped potential, strength without wisdom, art without refinement. And to painters, he was simply irresistible. The Italian masters loved the drama of myth. In the 16th and 17th centuries, artists like Annibale Carracci, Poussin, and later Goya would bring the Cyclops to life in oil and pigment. In these paintings, he's no longer a savage caricature, but a figure of startling pathos. Huge, yes, but strangely gentle, almost melancholy. Carracci's Polyphemus and Galatea shows the giant gazing from his rocky perch, lute in hand, trying to charm the nymph with music. Poussin paints him with a soft, almost wistful expression, framed by clouds and sea spray, as though he's not a monster at all, but a man out of place. Even Goya, centuries later, in his haunting sketches, saw something tragic in that single unblinking eye. A window not to rage, but to solitude. It's fascinating, really, how the passage of time softened him. What terrified the ancient Greeks became for later generations a figure of empathy. It's as though humanity gradually learned to recognize its own reflection in the faces of its old monsters. The Cyclops, once a warning against savagery, became an emblem of misunderstood strength. A reminder that even power can be lonely when it stands apart from others. And perhaps this shift tells us as much about us as it does about the myth. In the classical world, monsters represented the boundaries of civilization, the things that lay outside the city walls, beyond law and order. But by the Renaissance, as humanism flourished and the world expanded, those boundaries blurred. Explorers sailed across oceans. Scholars rediscovered lost philosophies. And artists began to wonder whether the monstrous might simply be what we have yet to understand. The Cyclops became, in that sense, a perfect metaphor for curiosity itself, a being with one great unblinking eye forever searching for meaning. Even in literature, his shadow lingered. In Dante's Inferno, the Cyclopes appear among the Titans and rebellious angels, reminders of primal rebellion against divine authority. In later poetry, the Romantics saw in him a wild majesty, a symbol of the raw power of nature. Alfred, Lord Tennyson, in his retelling of The Lotos Eaters, spoke of Cyclopean cliffs that mirrored the vast, unmoving stillness of the mind. And Shelley, ever the visionary, used the image of the Cyclops forge to describe the stormy creativity of the human spirit, destructive and beautiful in equal measure. Even the very word cyclopean has survived into our everyday language. Architects still use it to describe the colossal stone walls of Mycenae and Tiryns, built with such massive blocks that ancient Greeks believed only giants could have raised them. Those walls still stand today, sun-warmed and immovable, a quiet testament to the myth's endurance. To stand before them is to feel, if only for a moment, the same awe that once filled the poets, the sense that the world was made not just by men, but by something older, larger, and infinitely more mysterious. And so the Cyclops, that one-eyed wanderer of myth, passes through history, sometimes feared, sometimes pitied, but never forgotten. He appears wherever we confront the tension between might and mercy, vision and blindness. He's the artist's muse, the philosopher's metaphor, the archaeologist's puzzle, and the storyteller's companion. Each age reshapes him, just as he once reshaped metal at his forge. If you listen carefully, you can almost hear the echo of that hammer still, not the booming clang of violence, but the slow, rhythmic music of creation. The Cyclopes, after all, were builders as much as breakers. And perhaps that's why they remain in our imagination, because they remind us that even what frightens us can create beauty. So tonight, as the world grows quiet, imagine them once more. Deep beneath Mount Etna, the air glows with a soft, red light. 3 giants work patiently at their anvils, forging not weapons this time, but stars. Sparks that drift upward through the rock until they scatter across the night sky. Above them, on a lonely cliff, Polyphemus sits, still watching the sea, his heart a little lighter, his songs a little sweeter. And the gods, somewhere far beyond the clouds, smile faintly, as if even they have forgiven the one-eyed giants at last. The hammer slows, the forge cools, the fire dims, and in that fading glow, the Cyclops becomes not a monster or myth, but simply a story, one told and retold across millennia, until even we, half dreaming, carry it quietly within us. There's a peculiar comfort in firelight, that quiet flicker, the low crackle, the way it draws you in without demanding anything at all. For the ancient Greeks, that glow wasn't just warmth or light, it was life itself, the gift of the gods, the essence of creation. And for the Cyclopes, that fire was more than metaphor. It was their craft, their art, and their punishment. The endless labour of shaping the world beneath the mountain skin. Tonight, we'll go down again into that furnace of myth, to listen to the heartbeat of the earth, the steady rhythm of the fire and the forge. Long before poets gave us gods with human faces, fire was sacred. It burned on every altar, flickered in every home, and somewhere along the way, people began to imagine that it came from beneath their feet, from within the very bones of the world. That's where the Cyclopes lived, deep under mountains, in glowing caverns where rivers of molten rock flowed like living veins. The ancients didn't yet know about magma or pressure, but they knew the ground breathed and groaned and occasionally roared. And in that sound, they heard hammers. They heard the Cyclopes. Their forge, they said, lay under Mount Etna, that great smoking giant on the island of Sicily. To this day, Etna rumbles and spits with restless energy, its slopes veined with fire, its summit glowing faintly at night. The Greeks watched it with awe and a touch of fear. To them, it wasn't a volcano. It was the workshop of Hephaestus and his one-eyed assistants. When it erupted, it was the flash of molten metal being shaped into weapons, or the sparks that flew as Zeus's thunderbolts were born. It's easy to forget now how alive the world felt to them. The earth wasn't a thing, it was a being. Mountains breathed, rivers sang, and fire was a kind of divine speech. Every tremor, every rumble had meaning. The Cyclopes were not merely mythic brutes. They were how people made sense of the earth's deep, unknowable power. And if you lived on an island that occasionally exploded, the idea of fiery giants hammering beneath it was strangely reassuring. At least there was someone down there, even if they were noisy. Of course, the fire and the forge had another patron, Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and craftsmen. He was no warrior or trickster, no thunder-hurling ruler, just a quiet worker, lame and patient, shaping beauty from chaos. And it was the Cyclopes who helped him. Together they forged the armour of the gods. Ares' gleaming sword, Athena's spear, Apollo's shining bow. Even mortals, on rare occasion, benefited from their labour. In Homer's Iliad, the shield of Achilles, that masterpiece of art and symbolism, was said to be the work of Hephaestus's divine forge. One imagines the Cyclopes assisting him there too, sparks reflecting in their single eyes, turning the chaos of war into something almost poetic. It's a curious thought, really. The same hands that once forged thunderbolts now shaping art. It tells you something about how the Greeks understood creation. Destruction and creation weren't opposites. They were partners. Fire consumes, but it also purifies. A forge can melt, but it can also give new form. The Cyclopes lived right at that balance point, between ruin and renewal, between wrath and wonder. They were creatures of transition, always turning one thing into another. Now, as centuries passed and science crept into places where myth once ruled, people began to explain volcanoes differently. They spoke of gas, of lava, of geological pressure. But even so, the old stories refused to fade. Etna remained, as it still does, an emblem of mystery, a mountain where gods might still sleep. And the Cyclopes, though banished from belief, remained in imagination. Even the Romans, for all their engineering, never quite gave up the poetry of the forge. They still pictured Vulcan and his assistants deep underground, hammering away with divine precision. Every time the ground shook, someone somewhere muttered, "Ah, the smiths are working again." In a sense, the Cyclopes were the original symbols of industry, the workers who keep the world running while others take the credit. You never see them at Olympus's banquets, raising goblets of ambrosia. They stay below, unseen, covered in soot, their great shoulders moving in rhythm. There's something oddly noble in that, perhaps even relatable. They are the eternal craftsmen, quietly labouring while gods and heroes make noise above. And yet, there's another side to that image, the loneliness of creation. Down in their glowing caverns, surrounded by fire and echo, they have no company but their tools and their thoughts. Theirs is the solitude of the maker, the isolation that comes with great work. It's the same solitude that artists, inventors, and dreamers have felt ever since. You can almost see one of them pause mid-strike, wipe the sweat from his brow, and wonder if anyone above even knows who made the lightning. In that way, the Cyclopes embody a quiet truth about humanity itself, our need to create even when no one is watching. We forge, we build, we craft stories and songs, not because we must, but because it's in our nature. The Greeks saw this, and they gave it a face. A big, one-eyed face, admittedly, but a face nonetheless. And perhaps, if you strip away the myth and the magic, what remains is that same flicker of fire, the creative spark. For the ancients, fire was divine. For us, it's inspiration. Both can warm, both can destroy, both can transform the world. And both, in their way, are forged from the same flame. It's easy to think of myths as relics, stories from a time when people didn't know any better. But perhaps they knew exactly what they were doing. They weren't just explaining eruptions or earthquakes. They were giving meaning to work, to art, to persistence. The fire and the forge weren't simply physical forces. They were metaphors for life itself. Effort, transformation, creation from chaos. In that sense, the Cyclopes never really disappeared. They simply moved, from the heart of mountains to the hearts of makers. So, as we imagine them now, let's do so gently. The forge is quieter than before. The fire burns lower, more golden than red. A single giant sits beside it, polishing a half-finished blade, its surface reflecting tiny sparks of light. He is not angry, nor proud. He simply works, because work, in its own way, is prayer. Outside, the wind hums softly over the slopes of Etna, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and the whisper of myth. And somewhere above, lightning flickers. A distant storm rolls over the horizon, and for a moment you can almost believe that Zeus still hurls the bolts that were born in that forge. But the Cyclopes don't look up. They keep their focus. They always have. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, imagine that sound. The deep, steady rhythm of the hammer. Not violent, not hurried. Just steady. Each strike melting chaos into form. Each echo shaping something beautiful in the dark. The fire breathes, the forge hums, and the one-eyed giants of old continue their quiet, eternal craft. And perhaps that's how creation truly works. Not in thunder, but in patience. Not in power, but in persistence. The Cyclopes taught us that, without ever saying a word. There's a quiet that comes after a story ends. A kind of stillness, like the echo of a hammer long since fallen silent. And in that quiet, the Cyclopes remain. They've gone from the forge to the poem, from the cave to the canvas, from myth to memory. But every now and then, in thunder, in fire, in the rumble of the earth, it's as if they stir again, reminding us that myths never truly vanish. They just change shape. They echo. When the ancient world faded and its temples crumbled, the old gods went with it, at least officially. But the stories stayed. The Cyclopes survived not as living giants, but as ideas. They became shorthand for anything colossal or primeval. Cyclopean walls, Cyclopean storms, Cyclopean might. Their single eye turned from a mark of monstrosity into a symbol of focus. One vision, one purpose. And in that way, they slipped quietly into culture's bloodstream, unseen but enduring. Even the landscapes that once inspired their stories kept whispering of them. Mount Etna still smokes above the Sicilian coast, and locals even now speak of it with a kind of reverence. Each tremor, each plume of ash feels like a heartbeat, not just of geology, but of mythology. They say that when the mountain glows red at night, it's the Cyclopes at work again, stoking their ancient forge. Of course, we know better now. Pressure, magma, tectonic plates. But somehow, the scientific version feels less poetic. And maybe that's the point. The Cyclopes gave us something science can't. A way to feel awe without understanding everything. For the Greeks, awe, or thorma, was sacred. It was the emotion that opened the door to philosophy, the beginning of wonder. And so, when they saw fire bursting from mountains, or lightning splitting the sky, they didn't just see danger. They saw the hand of something magnificent. The Cyclopes embodied that feeling, the combination of fear and fascination, the beauty of raw power. They were, in a sense, the first expression of humanity's relationship with the sublime. Not quite gods, not quite monsters, but something in between. Even later, when Christianity swept across the ancient world, the Cyclopes never fully disappeared. Medieval scholars, ever fond of allegory, reinterpreted them as symbols of moral blindness, creatures who could see the material world, but not the divine. Their one eye became a warning. To look too narrowly, to see only with the flesh, was to miss the greater truth. It was, in its way, a theological reimagining of Homer's old lesson. The Cyclops who devoured men but lacked vision became the soul consumed by ignorance. And so the myth survived, cloaked in new robes, but still recognizable beneath. In time, the Renaissance rediscovered them again, not as demons, but as curiosities. Artists filled their studios with sketches of ancient giants, scholars filled their studies with commentaries on Hesiod and Homer, and the Cyclopes returned to polite society. Only now they were treated with empathy. Painters like Polidoro da Caravaggio and Poussin depicted them not as savages, but as solitary figures framed by light and shadow, their single eyes wide with wonder or sorrow. They were no longer villains. They were misunderstood souls. It's rather touching, really, to think that after centuries of being feared, the Cyclopes finally got good press. And then, as the modern world took shape, they changed again. Poets of the 18th and 19th centuries, those romantics who found beauty in storms and solitude, began to see the Cyclops as a symbol of the natural world itself, vast, untamed, and indifferent to human concerns. To Lord Byron, the volcano was sublime. To Tennyson, the cliffs were cyclopean, towering, ancient, unbothered. And to painters like Goya, the one-eyed giant became the embodiment of melancholy strength, the creature who sees everything but can change nothing. A bit like humanity when you think about it. By the time we reach the modern era, the Cyclops has become almost comforting. He appears in fairy tales, in children's books, even in films, softened, rounded, occasionally wearing trousers. His ferocity tamed, his loneliness emphasized. We no longer fear him. We invite him to dinner. He's part of our collective imagination, sitting quietly beside dragons and mermaids and all the other impossible things that remind us how possible imagination really is. And yet, the original resonance, that hum of awe beneath the story, remains. When the ground trembles, when a storm flashes, when we stand before something vast and powerful, the Cyclops stirs. He is our reminder that the world is still full of mystery, that for all our maps and measurements, there are forces older than understanding. He's the sound in the mountain, the glow in the forge, the whisper that says there's more beneath the surface. Perhaps that's why myths like this survive. They aren't just entertainment, they're emotional architecture. They give shape to things too large or abstract to grasp. Fear, loneliness, creation, wonder. The Cyclops wears them all. He's a vessel for what it feels like to live in a world that's both beautiful and dangerous. He tells us gently that to be human is to see through one eye and imagine the rest. And if you look closely, echoes of him appear everywhere. In the mason's wall that defies centuries of weather. In the artist's studio, lit by a single lamp. In the engineer's spark, the writer's pen, the craftsman's patience. Each, in their own way, carries the fire forward, that same divine spark the Cyclopes once guarded in the dark. We've simply inherited the forge. It's funny how myths circle back like that. The Cyclops began as a maker, hammering lightning for gods, then became a destroyer, devouring sailors and smashing men, and at last returned to being a maker again, this time through us. Every act of creation, every spark of inspiration is a quiet echo of their fire. The story has come full circle. So, as we reach the end of this long, winding journey, from the heavens to the mountains, from Homer's verse to the modern dream. Take a moment to picture it all. The forge is dim now. The air is warm, the stones glowing with the faintest red. The Cyclopes have finished their work for the night. One sets down his hammer, another fans the coals. Their single eyes reflect the last flicker of flame, not fierce, but peaceful. Outside, the sea sighs against the shore, and the stars, those distant sparks of heaven, mirror the fire below. The myths say the gods left the world long ago, but I think they simply changed their address, moved from Olympus into our memory. And there, among the quiet corners of the mind, the Cyclopes still live, hammering patiently at the edges of imagination. We may not see them, but sometimes, if the wind is right and the night is still, we can hear them, faintly, the rhythm of the forge echoing through time. So listen for it, the heartbeat of creation, steady and soft, the sound of something ancient, still alive, the echo of the one-eyed giants. Good night.